You think you know me? Say I'm as cold-hearted as they come. You think I'm slowly cutting my ties with you, that I'm done. Here's what you don't know. Feelings, they grow slow. I've just been caring for mine. Now I can feel it. Now I believe it. Baby, tonight is the night. I'm gonna call you up in the name of love. Gonna call you up and tell you that I'm not giving up. In the name of love, I'm not giving up yet on you. In the name of love, in the name of love. In the name of love, in the name of love.
6 weeks of DPC action have led to this moment. It is a tiebreaker day for first place. It's going to be between Boom and Talon, and helping me cover this amazing series is going to be Sheep and Fear.
Matt, who's going to win?
Taboom.
Taboo.
Taboo.
Taboom.
That's a pretty cool team name, to be honest.
Yes, that is my predicted winner.
Okay, seems good to me.
Do you? I was gonna say I was gonna jump into it, but I'm gonna hold off on asking you guys because I know you've got a lot of information that you want to give me about it. Because, like I said, it's been 6 weeks of seeing these two teams battle it out, trying to get first place. They have resulted in a tie, but before we go any further, we're gonna start our very last day the way we started every other day, and that is telling you guys #AskDPC. There is a chance that you can still be featured on this broadcast asking us a question about anything and everything under the sun. Any Dota questions, I mean, is what we will obviously excel at. But if you really wanted, you can ask them how they like the porridge and eggs.
Porridge.
I don't know.
Yeah, I heckin' love it.
Well, instead there is this one, #AskDPC. The game of Dota has been evolving over the years with various micro and macro changes. But which hero do you feel has been forgotten over the years, and how do you think it can make a comeback? Do I have any volunteers to go first?
The
thing is, I would like everyone at home to know this. They were pre-warned as to what this question was going to be.
Okay, but I
was not paying attention at all.
No, I actually just totally misunderstood the question when it was told to me before the broadcast.
Okay, you had to like read it.
I thought it was a theoretical going into the future, but now I realized it's actually about the current state. Okay, the problem with
like if another patch were to come out like right.
I think I was like imagining like 3 years from now. Anyway, I think the problem with this question is if they've been forgotten, I've forgotten them. How am I
don't know them right now.
Okay,
I got my phone out.
I'm gonna say Ancient Apparition.
Dota2.com.
Really? Okay.
Heroes.
Yeah, because here's the thing: every hero that's ever not been in the meta, do you know what they've received? They've received a movement ability.
Oh, okay.
Even Sniper, he's got his little grenade now that pushes him away. Zeus, he got a jump.
Yep.
Everyone's getting dashes and stuff. So AA, he needs a dash.
He needs some amount of movement.
Yeah, he needs so that when he's in the lane and someone's trying to like just
run him down,
kill him instantly over and over again, he just flies away.
Yours would be obvious.
Meepo?
Yeah.
I mean, Meepo's not been forgotten.
Yeah, because
it's still very much in my thoughts.
Because she keeps bringing it up every broadcast.
Meepo needs a lot of
I think
things.
I got an answer.
Okay, I'm ready.
I think for me it's Bounty Hunter.
That's actually fair,
yeah, that's a good answer.
I don't think this hero has like seen any action. I mean, I played it yesterday in the pub and I was a beast, but that's just me.
That's just fear. Yeah, that's so insane.
I wish it could be more like competitive for other players other than me.
You know why I didn't think of Bounty Hunter? Because
it's so forgotten.
My
right?
good friend Lou Manel actually hit 8K yesterday playing only Bounty Hunter. He's just been spamming Bounty Hunter. On
That's
Pro
insane.
Dota Tracker, under Bounty Hunter, there's like a little section called like pub spammers, and like he's number 1.
That's dirty. That's
that hero is
dirty.
well in the meta for him.
He's like, the meta is always Bounty Hunter. But you're going to go with Bounty Hunter. You're going to go with AA.
Yeah, I think Bounty Hunter is a very
But
good
isn't
choice.
there like a second part of this question?
What needs to be done?
Yeah, what needs to be done.
I said AA needs a
Movement?
dash.
Yeah.
For Bounty Hunter to be more competitive?
Yeah.
Just totally rework him.
No.
I wouldn't mind seeing Legion Commander get a little bit of a rework.
A rework?
Not like a crazy amount, but a little bit.
Maybe.
That would be interesting.
What spell do you want rework? Which one do you not like?
And that's not I don't like. I would just like a rework on a hero. I think it'd be fun to see it like relearned in a different way.
I would like for them to rework Clinks again for the 50th time.
That would be kind of fun.
Okay.
What can we do this time?
Yeah.
I mean, the current queue is so dumb. I don't like the spell. It's just like a farming tool. Big Clinks fan, but the hero is just... It's not the same as it used to be.
Well, hopefully we've answered that person's question. If you guys do have any pressing questions, again, #AskDPC on Twitter to get it featured. Now, let's just jump in. Division 2, let's have a quick look at those standings because I want to remind you guys and reiterate that Execration and Lil Gun will be coming up to Division 1 next tour. Massive congratulations to them. TNC Neon, unfortunately, they will be relegated. They're no longer in Division 2. It means they're going to have to go through the qualifiers, and it is quite shocking considering how notable they are as orgs within the SEA region. But Division 1, this is why we are here today. Let's have a look at those standings so you all know. NGXC, Polaris, they're going to be going down to Division 2 together. They rose to Division 1 together, and now they will fall to Division 2 together yet again. The 3 teams guaranteed to go into the major now that all series have been played are Boom, Talon, Fnatic, but Boom and Talon, they are tied for first place at the moment. That is the best of 3 tiebreaker game that is going to be played out today. We need to separate these 2 very dominant teams, both having lost 1 series each. Boom losing to Talon in week 2, and Talon losing to Fnatic later on in the DPC tour. So it's going to be interesting. It's a rematch, a bit of a revenge rematch for Boom. And the difference between first and second is 1, seeding for the major, $2,000, and 200 DPC points. That is the difference between first and second. So it's quite notable. Something
it's
that
a lot of DPC.
It is a lot of DPC. Yeah. If you are in the Twitter sphere of Dota, then there's been a lot going around about teams now being 100% locked in for TI, what's going on with that, and honestly, you need as many points as you possibly can, and 200 is quite a fair chunk of them.
Yeah.
Yes. This is big.
This is big.
I
this
think
game is massive.
Boom really needs to win it, obviously, because like Talon weren't in like Div 1 for most of this.
It's one of those things that like how spread out can the DPC points be before we start losing teams?
Like we need a lot. We want a lot of C teams at TI. Boom especially. Like we want them there, so they need DPC points. I don't know how this functions. Like I don't know the math. Like if Talon can win this and then win the series, and then like let's just say they won the major, could they even get to TI off that?
I don't know, but I can look into that because we want to focus on the here and now. We just want to focus on this series, this tiebreaker. Who is going to be crowned a champion of 2 or 3 SE8 DPC? Let's jump in. Let's have a look at Boom. Let's talk about this roster, this very noticeable, notorious roster that came first in 2-1, second in 2-2, now looking to potentially be second again in 2-3 sheep.
Why are you saying potentially looking to be second?
Well, they are.
They're
They can
potentially looking to come first.
They can either be first or second. I'm
That's
a glass,
such a negative outlook.
half empty sort of person.
All right, Boom are the hungry beasts, guys. We're coming first or bust.
We?
I'm a fan. I'm part of Boom.
This couch is divided today.
I'm a biased gamer. What can you do? Boom. I love this team. I think this team is so fun to watch. I think, like, in the face of a meta that is more greedy offlaners and playing a bit more patiently, they are defying that, and they are still sticking to how they want to play, how they like to go, which is fast and aggressive. They tried out new stuff, new strats. They've been playing around with new heroes in the meta, new play styles, and it's not working for them. We talked to Yopaj in an interview. He said, we're just going to kind of return to what we know that we're good at and what works for us. And we've seen it in the FBZ Mars. We've seen it in the Yopaj Ember Spirit. And like, you pair these two players together and they're absolute powerhouse. Jackie has been a very stable carry for them this tour. I've really enjoyed, just in general, how this team plays so well together, bringing supports to come play with mid. Like we've been seeing Coddle scam, and he'll just like link up with Yopaj, and they'll run the map together. It doesn't matter what hero, like the players. There's no specific player pairing. Everyone knows that they just go run with Yopaj, and they'll win the game. In terms of new meta heroes, though, we've seen Jackie playing Lifestealer a lot, which has looked really good. Scam's Clockwork also really nice. I think I will mostly be curious to see what gets banned. I think FBZ Mars is a must. I think he's simply too good at it, and it complements their playstyle too hard. Okay.
Well, like I said, these teams, it's a tiebreaker game, so they have already faced off during DPC. Last time they faced off, it was a 2-1 scoreline in favor of Talon. So let's have a look at their roster, Fia, and I want you to tell me if they can get this win again, despite how close that series was.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All they need to do is just ban the FBZ Mars, not give them Ember, and then not only are they going to take this series pretty easily, 23 Savage is going to play his Faceless Void. He played a Doom carry as well, completely versatile KP. I like him on his tempo control as well when he plays his Brewmaster. Some type of team fight, if they stick with that type of algorithm, they will be doing, they'll just make the match pretty easy, I think, for the most part versus Boom. And not only will they do well against Boom in this match, I think at the Major, they're going to be the highest placing C team. That is my prediction.
Wow.
Those are hard, big words.
Yeah. You think they're going to go the furthest?
The furthest,
the
yes.
Furthest.
I think so.
Furthest is the word?
Furthest.
So, Talon, we can debate that later if you guys want.
Yeah.
I don't know English.
You know what? I was going to say, I actually want to
right.
concede this because I can't pronounce words. I don't know why I even have this job, honestly. I don't know how to say certain words. But yes, how much importance would you place on that previous series win, considering it was week 2, right? It was a very new patch. Like you said, Boom were trying out new things. Now they've gone back to that old style, that their bread and butter, per se. That's a saying, right?
Yeah,
yes, it is.
I think Talon also were trying new things as well. I know they're like a newer team without as many accomplishments.
Yep.
But Boom also didn't look great until like they started going back to their comfort zone. And I think at this point in time, Talon can easily like have enough data to look at like what is Boom winning with. And if they can pick the heroes that they're good at while minimizing what heroes Boom can get, They look good. They look really good. And I think this series should show like their strength.
Okay. Biggest question though.
Yep.
Is Talon going to try and pick up this Alk? For those of you who don't know, the last series we saw Talon play up against RSG, they picked an Alchemist and it went off lane and it did nothing. It did absolutely zero.
Oh, so the question is obviously yeah. The answer is yeah.
So the reason why I'm asking, right, is in this game it did absolutely nothing. In the post-game interview when we asked why they picked it up is because they said it had a 100% win rate in their scrims, right? They had a lot of faith in it. Do you think that faith is still there, or are they like, this is first place, we're not going to try and experiment with that, let's just get in, get it done?
Was that against Chinese teams?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. So there's a lot of different factors to it, though.
Wait, who do you give the Ags to? That's what I need to know.
He gave it to a Void Spirit, wasn't it? And then like
they had a Faceless Void. Did they give it to?
Yeah, and then they give the second one to him. It was the worst thing I've ever seen in my life, for real.
It was really bad.
He was the lowest net worth in the game, like lower than supports. It was tragic. They weren't like, he came mid and helped defend the towers a little bit, but then he just couldn't take part in any team fights because he had no net worth. He didn't buy anything, like literally anything. He bought a Soul Ring and stuff, and then just went Ags. It was tragic. It was so bad. I don't mean to flame him, but it was terrible.
I mean, from their perspective, right? Like, this has happened to me too. It's like you go into a scrim, you win with something, you think it's good, and then I even talked about this before on broadcast. It was like something can happen wrong in a match, right?
Yeah.
And like they won scrims with it, so clearly it's not bad, right? It's just in that particular match, they probably did something different. And maybe the Void, I don't see him as like a great hero to just give an Ags to, and he's just going to carry you the game. So maybe they still got an idea here. It can work, but I do prefer Talon to not be playing KP on heroes like Alchemist. I would rather see him on, team fight heroes. That's where he's best. Mars, Brewmaster. I think this series is Mars is going to be like highly contested for both teams.
That's a hero both of you guys have said now. It's either going to be pretty much insta-banned or it's going to be probably first picked, right? To an extent, because it is so contested.
Yeah.
Are there any other heroes that reach that level of contention?
Brew will be banned. He won't be contested. Like, Boom won't want to pick Brew, but they will ban it.
Don't want to give it to KP. Obviously, makes sense.
Ember.
Yep, mentioned that
Mirana. I mean, Tim's Miranas look really, really good.
That's not true. Didn't they miss? Oh wait, no, that was DJ's Mirana. Sorry.
I was like,
I was like,
I
remember there was a Mirana performance where they kept missing the arrows and like the X marks and stuff. That was Fnatic. Sorry, guys. Yeah. No,
right.
Sorry, Tim's. I didn't mean to.
She takes it back.
No, I take it back. It was DJ. No, I'm just kidding. No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, Tim's has got a really, really good Mirana, especially when you pair up with FBZ on a stun. It's a shame the Sand King's gone because that was good too with it. Yeah, Ember, like last time Talon Boom matched up against each other, they took the Ember on Talon's side actually in one of the games. And then the third game, Yopaj played the Ember and he was like 18 kills, 3 deaths, and they lost.
In both games that it was picked between Boom and Talon.
Yeah.
Talon picked it game 2, lost with it. Boom picked it in game 3, lost with it.
I'm going to say there has to have been some throwing there. There's no way you go 18-3 on Ember in game 3 and lose. Like, something bad must have happened, man.
I mean, you can normally blame your carry player for that.
I'll blame the carry.
This draft is going to be coming in very soon, but before we do, I haven't asked my normal question.
Okay.
How many games and which team is this series going to? But also, odds on us seeing a Medusa in this series, not just this game.
100% on the Medusa. This is going to be three games, and Talon's going to win.
So 2-1.
And Talon will have the Medusa.
2-0 to Boom, and there will not be a Medusa because last time Talon tried to play Medusa into Boom, they got slapped. And they learned their lesson.
Well, does it count a Medusa being in the game if it gets banned?
No. It has to actually be played.
Then I don't know. It's hard because they might. If it's a good Medusa game, I think Boom will ban it just because.
But I'm trying to see if you think that they.
Will they first phase it?
No, definitely not first phase it. No.
Might not get in the game if it's not first phased. We'll see.
Okay.
Well,
just like Mars won't be in the game either, unfortunately.
Sad. I was going to say, this game at one draft started, like you guys said, that Mars going to be banned out, and also the Brew, but the other two bans are Pango and Enigma.
Lots of offlane focus here.
I
really like these bans from Talon, and they kind of like, not deny pick, but a bit of a block pick for the Ember as well with the Death Prophet, so... Yeah, like I said before, they just need to focus on this Mars and this Ember Spirit, and I think Talon's got this in the bag.
Do you think both teams are going to be focusing very hard on shutting down the off lanes? Are they the strengths of both teams?
Strengths and weaknesses, I think.
No. The mid is the strength for Boom. Like, FBZ is absolutely amazing, right?
Yeah.
But, like, Yopaj is the one that... Like, FBZ enables Yopaj, right? So... If you shut down FBZ, you kind of shut down Yopaj, but in general, a lot of teams try and deal with Yopaj by like bringing support there and tackling him that way. It's kind of hard because like typically, especially in Tour, like 1, Boom's biggest strength was in Tim's coming mid and helping Yopaj. Like they were doing a lot of support rotations. So I guess just being on top of it is
they've been doing that a lot right now too.
Yeah.
Like that's part of the reason why they've been... I mean, Boom's been looking good towards the end of this tour. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm saying, Talon is the best in C, but it's like a little dramatic. Honestly, Boom does look really good, and when they get their heroes, right? When they don't get their heroes, they lose games to, or look like they're about to lose games, at least to a lot of different teams. So yeah, I just really want to see Boom. Like their opening, I'm not super thrilled about this opening right now.
Okay.
That they got going right now because they want to play fast. They want to have like FBZ and Yopaj both being like these active stuns on the map, playing with Tims. And if this is an offlane Razor, it just doesn't seem that much of an FBC style for Boom.
I don't know why, but Boom strikes me as the type for this to be Jackie's hero, but I might just be having flashbacks to Tour 1 when they would first phase Razor for Tino every game.
To be fair, the last time Boom and Talon played off, Boom picked up a Jackie Razor, and that's the game that they won.
Yeah. That seems good to me.
Admittedly, it was in the second phase, though, so...
Yeah.
I mean, I could definitely see him going carry, but they're just first picking a carry Razor, and I'm not a huge fan of that either. But it can still work. It is a meta carry hero at the moment.
They have second pick, so they are gonna get like all the counter picks. Maybe they just want to give FBZ and Yopaj the best games possible.
10 seconds remaining.
Like Jackie, he can do, like, he's a good stable carry player. You put him on a Razor, which is just a generic carry, and he'll just do his thing. Seems fine to me. Like, I know they're comfortable with this strat. It's something they've done a lot in the history of their team. So
do you believe that?
I believe in it.
The Jackie carry going against 23 Savage with his choice of counter pick in the carry matchup, that the other two players will just keep Savage down, or what?
I think that the win condition of Boom is not Jackie. So I don't think I'm looking at this game as like Jackie versus 23 Savage. So I want to see more what hero they give to Yopaj, how they enable him.
I just hope he does not get Ember.
Why is that?
Just because I'm a Talon fan right now.
Okay. I was like, are you saying because it's boring? Because he hasn't looked good
No,
on it? Like,
his Ember is very good.
Yeah. And you're like, all right, Talon need to ban it so they have a chance.
It's actually ridiculously good.
Yeah.
Especially when they pair him with like Coddle and stuff. Some heroes that can just play with him. Like Marcy's going to be one of those already. Like that's why they pick it. Low cooldown support hero that can rotate and just make moves. It's going to be great. When she gets her blink, like we'll just see her, Yopaj, whatever FBZ's on, just going at it.
Are you concerned not having seen it banned on the side of Talon yet, Feel?
Concerned.
Bad choice of word?
No, I mean, it's just not banned, so nothing I can do anymore. No more bans. But are they going to get Faceless Void on Talon? That's the real question.
There's a lot of questions. Their bans. Like, when they last played Alk offlane, they got bought by a Bloodseeker. Maybe they have some PTSD there. They're just banning it out. Bloodseeker seems to be kind of a problem hero for Talon to deal with.
Alright, so they're playing Razor. He doesn't get his Void. He doesn't get his Morph. I know he first phased the Morph against Razor in an earlier series this DPC. Chose not to. This one. I guess Morph DP. They want to get the Tiny in the game. I'm very curious what they're going to play in this matchup.
Oh, love Snapfire.
Every time we see Snap, always the biggest fan.
You're like,
let's go.
Snap.
I mean, you don't know. Is it going to go mid? Is it going to go support?
I mean, I hope they pick this instead of Ember for him, so. Just because I'm a Talon fan right now.
Going hard on the copium. Yeah, it's mid-snap. It's mid-snap. Talon have a chance, Cope.
This is actually a deny pick. Not deny pick. A block pick of sorts from Boom because Snap is Yopaj's comfort against Ember mid. So if Talon try and take it now, then Yopaj is happy playing the Snapfire. If they don't take the Ember, then maybe he can take Ember at the end of the round.
And then Snap goes to a support.
Yeah, this is actually a genius pickup from
Big
Boom.
brain.
Huge brain, actually. The only thing I will say is that when they do play with Snap mid on Boom, the times it hasn't worked is when they've lacked lockdown. The times when it has worked is when it have lockdown. If they have heroes that can stun in the side lanes and he's able to TP with his level 6 and get the kisses off, oh, you fool! You fallen right into our trap, you idiot! You absolute buffoon! Oh, dude, please put this Snap. Like, if they pick another support now, and this Snap is like confirmed going mid, I'll lose my mind. I'll be so excited. I'll be so excited. I swear.
She's gonna have a breakdown on this couch.
Bro,
She's gonna be like, "Oh my god!"
This Snap is such a treat, but they might not. They might do something else. Like,
I mean, does
DK
Snap
is
gonna
really
just
good
ruin
against
his
Ember
game?
mid.
What's a good lockdown support that could potentially come out here? Because if you're gonna pick a support, it's gonna be now, right? Not last pick.
For sure.
Lockdown support? It's already Marcy, right? Like,
yeah, but more.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you need more? Do you want
I mean, if you
more?
have a Razor going, he's not gonna do anything
Clockwork.
for you.
Clock, Shaman, don't like the Shaman into the matchup.
I mean, you can pick Shaman if you want, but you don't want to put on 5. Like, I really hate seeing that hero on position 5 just because it needs items. So otherwise, it just doesn't stun anything. It just dies while it's walking in. And I'm not a huge fan of Marcy 5 either, so.
Alright, we're getting a Yopaj Conquer, so that's kind of hype.
You hyped up that mid snap and then.
Bro, of course I hype it up. It's my job. I'm hyping.
She's not going to lose her mind. She's going to have it, hopefully, at least intact until game 2.
Yeah, we're good. Also, FBZ has played Conquer offlane in the past, so.
Yes, yeah.
The mystery is still there.
It's still flexible.
It is still flexible. The Razor, it can still go offlane.
They're saving it because Boom have overall last pick.
Yep.
You know?
I'm really happy whether he plays the Snap, whether he plays the Conker. I think he's really, really talented at both of them.
10
Yeah,
seconds
I mean, I was moving on. Sorry, you can finish the Conker.
No, I don't really have much more to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just like trying to like figure out like what 23 is gonna play this game because there's already so many carry bans. And there's gonna be 2 more.
team ban.
They what? They think Lina?
He played Lina carry against the Beastmaster in one of his games.
Okay. I mean, he's just going off the rails with this hero picks Doom, Lina carry.
Yeah,
okay.
23 Savage has been insane. Honestly, it's actually so impressive. They'll just like if he just has a feeling for a hero, they just pick it for him and he just does it.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
I was thinking like a lot of the obvious ones, like there could be a Slark or something maybe this
5
game, but
seconds remaining.
Dude, those soft toys behind KP, that's adorable.
It's really cute. I
Holy
have the
heck.
Rubik one. It's really cool. I don't
That
have the
is
Shagbark though.
So cute. Where do I get me one of them? That's actually freaking adorable.
probably TI.
Probably Valve Store. Yeah.
Gosh. Anyway,
Anyway,
Anyway.
refocusing on the draft.
yeah. So Boom's heroes can kind of go anywhere. So I don't know if they need like they might last pick a support, or they might just pick an offlaner, or they might need a carry. They could really go for any role. I think they probably. Yeah, this is it. I just don't know because I know Yopaj likes the Snap Ember matchup. So it's hard for me to say like, oh yeah, they're definitely putting this Conker mid. They'll just wait and see what Talon pick, and then they'll sort their lanes out. Honestly, that's pretty
Then
much
let's spitball theory craft some ideas for
5
Talon.
seconds remaining.
Oh, waiting on this last ban.
it.
They're gonna pick a carry that has some mobility versus the racer.
Yeah.
You don't want to get linked. I mean, he has played Slark before, and it could be okay. Not my favorite pick ever, I think. What is my favorite pick though? It's really hard to there's so many bans.
Actually.
There's just so many bans right now. I'm gonna have to like take a look at what's left.
We've seen him play Ursa, Slark, Medusa. In the last series,
Probably not Medusa. Could play Sven, I guess, against the Razor. Ursa's a fine option too against Razor. You have so much burst damage that, and plus you don't really care about your base damage that much with Fury swipes.
Yeah.
I mean that's all I got. I think Slark and Ursa and Sven. Maybe Sniper, maybe.
Sniper's still in the pool.
Those
What
are
are you
your
looking
options.
for? Is there something they're missing?
Oh, Doom carry.
Doom carry.
There you go. I think they may, first impressions, without thinking too much about, they might be living a little too much in the past here, feeling this Doom a little too much, but I could be wrong here.
You mean the past of like 2 days ago when
Exactly.
they won with it?
I mean, they won
So
with it. It's a
long
little bit like, I won with this before. Let's just pick it again. However, they don't really have a carry in this game, which means they can snowball the game if they play really fast. I guess DP can take objectives, but they don't really have an ancient farmer.
Oh, Beast got banned. That's so sad.
So as far as the farm game goes, I'm a little worried about Talon's play options this game. They just have to play really fast. They have to win their lanes, and they have to apply pressure because they can't utilize the whole map.
Yep.
Whereas like this Kunkka, he'll be able to farm ancients. Razor can do it too. There's really nobody who can farm ancients on Talon unless this Tiny's going carry, which I just don't see happening.
Dude, I legit
It's
felt
possible,
the
but I
exact
don't see
same
it.
way as you when they picked a lineup like this the last time they had Doom, and then they stomped the game.
Well,
so
that's
I
what you
stopped
gotta do,
questioning
right?
it. Yeah.
You're like, I got a little bit of faith, and I'm actually kind of,
It's
concerned.
going to look like that. It's either going to look like they stomped the game, or it's going to look like that Alchemist game too,
Yeah.
where they can't do
Yeah.
anything. You're not going to get it like some normal looking game. And it's off lane Razor, it looks like.
Yeah. With that last pick, Wraith King means we have the draft for our first game between Talon and Boom, and it's time we bring in our amazing casting duo, Mike and John. Hello, how are you both doing? You know what, John, I'm just going to call you out. Which team are you potentially going for? I'm a little bit confused.
I would still lean towards Talon, but I got to rep Boom because Gary's getting really mad at me. So I've got both of the jerseys on just to compensate for Mike having his packed away. I'd still lean Talon. I think it goes back to just going with his quirky Doom 1 Savage so as he can play it on the bleeding edge. And as long as Talon plays the same tempo the last time we saw this on RSG, Boom might not be ready for that playstyle here.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm happy they choose Pos 1 Doom because they're against a real competitor here against Boom Esports. I don't think it's going to work. I think Boom Esports came with a better draft. I don't have a jersey on, but we all know I'm going against John Expire, so Boom all the way.
Anything John isn't for. Both here, which side? Not Boom or Talon, but John or Mike. They had to pick.
Last time I went against Mike, I got embarrassed live on air, so I'll be with Mike here.
All right, good choice, Fiona. Are you ready to be embarrassed or not?
No, I don't want to be embarrassed. But what does it mean to get embarrassed?
Going against wrong. Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And I'll go with Mike then.
All right, we're all in. Mike, the prediction has convinced us, but game one, let's jump into it, Mike and John.
Oh, you know what happens when everyone agrees with me, Jonathan Talon. Game one, they've got this in the bag. You're welcome very much, John X Bias. Still, it is MLP Dota and John X Bias. Once again, Jonathan, this time around, you're biased for both teams, which is very good. I am hoping you change shirts during game number 2, Jonathan. We can't have you wearing the same shirt throughout the whole series. But how are you feeling, John? Pretty high matchup.
It's a great way to close out the DPC, right? Last match to figure out who's number 1 in the region, who gets those bonus points, a little bit of extra prize pool as well before going into the major. It doesn't really shake any fact after that. Everyone's going to the major here. Boom Talent can secure, well, outside of visa issues, which is a different topic altogether, which I'm sure Zach is suddenly getting an anxiety attack from me mentioning, and Gary as well. Yeah. So hopefully that gets sorted, but this should be a close one, right? The last time we saw Boom and Talon go up against each other, Talon did take that one fairly convincingly, but it feels like that was a different Boom as well, right? Like that was Boom still kind of trying to figure things out, shaking off the issues they had at the major, and ever since then, Boom's just been on the up and up. Feels like they've managed to fix those issues they might have had, and they just look like that Boom that was dominating through Tour 1. So to see Talon up against that form of Boom, it's going to be very interesting and probably one of their tougher matches here for Talon.
I mean, it's so exciting, this matchup. Last time around, obviously, Talon actually took the series 2-1. You keep in mind, like, it's Makoto versus FBZ, Jackie versus Savage. You know, you've got all these friends in this game, or rather this series, and there's a lot on the line here between these two. Like, who was really right between Makoto and FBZ? And, of course, Jackie and Savage both getting kicked from T1 earlier, and, well, we know how T1 went. Yopaj, mid lane, going to get a deep ward down already. I believe that was spotted, though. Talon, they should be well aware that that's happened, as tips are already flying out between Makoto and FBZ. And, well, to be fair, John, I think this is going to be happening quite a lot throughout this series.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see. Again, that history between both teams. You know, Makoto and Hyde playing against their old friend in FBZ. Yeah. Jackie and Savage haven't played against each other. Jackie and Q haven't played against each other. Hyde?
Hyde, he might be in trouble. He went for the D ward, but he's copying a fair bit of damage to the cookie. Gonna land perfectly, though. Hyde still running, but not running quick enough. Skem able to take first blood here in the Pos 5 Snapfire. Obviously, a very strong start already for the side of Boom Esports. John, you know, another thing I have in mind as well. Like this Pos 1 Doom, we watched it last time against RSG. Savage did a great job, farmed out of his mind, and they completely stomped RSG. And I mentioned this earlier with the panel, but I really looked forward to seeing whether Savage is going to be able to kind of pull off a similar performance here against a team like Boom Esports. And the question in my mind is, can someone like Jackie, who we know is kind of famous for farming ridiculously fast, can he keep up with this Doom?
I think he can. You know, it's a raid king. You can go into the jungle early on. You can just work it with your skeletons. It's down to Talon to kind of punish that playstyle, drop some really aggressive wards, and, you know, it'll limit that farming space for Jackie. Easier said than done. Jackie tends to just find a space to slip away in. And Jackie does have a really strong lane to kind of set up on up top as well, right? Like you've got Raid King along with a Snapfire, double stun lane with a cookie. Can be really hard for the side of Talon to get aggressive. They've got potential for toss backs down the line. Playing with a Spirit Siphon, level 3 for KP is going to be big. But the Raid Kings are very tanky here to try and run down. And we've seen this with a Pos 4 Tinies before. It can be a slower laning start. Q does go for the tree grab, so his right-click harassment onto Skem was pretty nice, but that does mean you're kind of stalled out till maybe level 3 to really have any aggression with your own stuns in comparison to what Boom has.
That's fair. Have a look at that mid lane. Yopaj on the mid conquer against Makoto on the Ember. We always kind of say this, but it does feel like the matchup does favor the mid conquer over the Ember, but just barely. See how Makoto does do, because some games on the Ember he has brilliant performances, and other games we don't really see too much out of him. Against the Conquer though, John, what do you expect Makoto to be doing here?
I think he's just going to be looking to try to build that laning advantage, dance around what Yopaj wants to do. We already saw some of that come out. He did Sleight of Fist dodge Tiebreaker, not the easiest thing to do, but if you can be consistent about it, it cuts off the Kunkka's main harassment. He's still got the Torrent to play with, but landing onto an Ember is a little bit tougher, and rune control again is important. Level 6 timings as well, probably going to be big, along with the initial itemization for that Orb of Corrosion we love to point out on the Ember. If that is something Mikoto will pick up, or whether or not he just rushes the phase boots is another thing. But yeah, mid lane should be fairly stable though.
Yeah, bot lane, they're going to try and go with the Dispose. Savage already taking so much damage, and eventually they might just have enough. Meanwhile, top, or rather mid lane, Yopaj, he ends up going down. Completely solo to Mikoto. And in the meantime, Savage, he actually ends up surviving. Sadly, John, even I didn't get to see how Yopaj died mid.
Yeah, I think it's just down to a little bit of a surprise. Mikoto hits level 4, goes for the chains, isolates Yopaj, and just runs him down, going for a 1-1-2 build, which we don't see too often. And that is one way to get aggressive, you know, just jump on top of the Kunkka. He does have the value point in X now that Yopaj hits 6, but the Ember does feel like it can reach a bit further without getting out of position. You know, you still rely a lot on that Tiebreaker for Yopaj to trade hits here.
Oh, he's being very aggressive now, Mikoto. Understanding he's going to have the XP advantage. He wants to press it as much as possible. The Yopaj, nice little torrent onto the Ember. Kind of give it back the way of Mikoto. And again, Mikoto will have a level advantage in just a moment. Once one more creep dies, we'll hit that level 5 mark. But we'll see if he can find any more kind of kills here on the Kunkka. Not going to be that easy a second time, I don't think. Maybe if you have a support rotation, but chances are these supports won't be leaving the lanes anytime soon. 1-1 so far, very slight net worth lead the way of Talon. Again, you do kind of expect Talon to maintain a net worth lead throughout this game 1 as well, John, because you do have a pos 1 Doom, right? It's not quite an Alchemist, but you do expect the advantage to remain the way of Talon throughout the game.
Yeah, they should be able to just rack up the gold, get that farm they want on Savage. That should reflect in that net worth. I think Boom staying steady at, you know, just about 1k behind isn't too bad. It's not like this is the point where the Doom starts to fall ahead up against Boom. So you should still be able to trade equally. This is a little bit of a slower start than I expected from Boom, though. Again, we talked a little bit about this draft behind the scenes, right? Marcy Razor can be aggressive in the right circumstances. We've seen some attempts from Tim's. Hyde's been able to cut off quite nicely with Nightmare and trade back with Brain Sap. And Savage isn't really being contested. He's just allowed to build up, gonna have phase boots up soon. Into the Midas he'll go with a soul ring. And at that point, you just can't stop. I mean, they can't punish that greed. Like, they just don't have that running start. And we've also seen Razors off to a slower start. It feels like if you don't get that VKB refresh timing on an offlane Razor fast enough, then the hero just kind of feels like it drops off.
It's going to be super problematic. Like, if Savage actually gets away with this Midas build-up and he is actually kind of able to abuse it throughout the game, it's going to be a massive issue as FBZ will try to go for a bit of a chase onto Savage, but they really aren't able to get that much pressure going. Like, a bit of damage dealt, Savage, he'll be fine with that. And he can just keep devouring creeps and hitting them. No problem. Just nothing to stop him, even against the Razor. As top lane now, Skem might be in a spot of danger as the toss back is going to be out into KP, but Skem, quick thinking, we'll get him out of this situation. So just TP's right out as soon as the toss is done. So no secondary kill coming out yet, but John, back to my point. If Savage really is able to abuse this Midas build-up, it's going to be a disastrous time for Boom, as they are going to try again. Link is there, toss him back, Savage. This time will take a lot more damage from FBZ, but can they get the kill? Not quite. Savage, he's still going to be just fine to walk away and reset.
Scanning.
Yep, just gets back. Manages to, again, have the Devour off cooldown, so just going to look for that farm. A bit of a rotation down mid is scanned out by Boom, so no aggression coming out from Talon there. Yeah, they still managed to secure the power rune though, Invis rune for Mikoto. We'll see if he decides to play with it. Does have his level 6 into 7 soon. So could be a good rotation opportunity for Mikoto if he chooses to do so. Yopaj has had 6 as well for a while, but no mid rotations in. Both teams kind of focused in on the side lanes, especially Boom. It just seems like they're wanting to win out the lanes, get that initial farm on both FBZ and Jackie here.
Absolutely. Very tense game already. You can kind of feel it between these two teams, fighting over that first place spot for DPC Tour 3. Because like you mentioned, John, both teams are going to the major anyway, but you do want to be known as that first place team going into the said major. And obviously, well, kind of like you mentioned as well, John, this isn't even where things really get started. I mean, the visas are going to be coming right after this one, so God only knows how that battle goes for these two teams, but we'll see what does happen. As bot lane, Yopaj going to go for a rotation with the TP out. They want to at least find Hyde out of this, but a nice Nightmare. It's going to put a stop to that. Still, the X is back onto Yopaj, and Well, eventually they will find the Bane. No problem. Yopaj will take it. Not quite the kill you really wanted, though, for a TP rotation from the Kunkka, I'd say, John, but you take what you can get right now as Boom.
Yeah, you're happy enough finding something for Yopaj to snowball off of for Boom's sake. It does give a lot of free space for Mikoto down mid, still finding a lot of farm on that Ember. And again, you are kind of evening out up top here for Jackie. He is still farming up really well, but KP's managed to pull ahead. And we're at that point where Q can be threatening on that Tiny.
Jackie's in big trouble here. He'll level up the reincarnation, but he needs some help. Mikoto is coming in to rotate to try and help out with the secondary killers. Jackie, he'll go for a run deeper into the tree line. No TP's coming out yet for Boom. Are they really just going to let him die like this? Chains are out, and it does seem like Jackie is set to fall, as KP just runs him down with Q. Again, no TPs to come. They knew the Kunkka TP was on cooldown from that last rotation, and nobody else could come in and help out.
Great read out from Talon. Just get the rundown on that pause one, slow down Jackie even further. He's had a bit of a rough start. In fact, both side lanes have had a rough start here for Boom in terms of net worth, even though they've kind of let the supports just camp those side lanes for a very long time in relation to how Talon supports have been moving. You are starting to build up on Talon. 3k lead, as you mentioned, Mike, to be expected when you have a Doom, but 3k is still a pretty good amount of gold. Savage is going to have a good timing on that Midas. Mikoto's been very active on the Ember, is going straight up for the Maelstrom next. And for Boom, it does feel like they're going to have to play off the back of Yopaj. He's the one here that's managed to keep up in farm, managed to hit his EXP spikes really well. You would probably want to have a couple level 6s on your supports, though. It does feel like you especially want the kisses in this match, just to tie into that X-Torrent boat combo, and maybe get a little bit more value out of, say, AoE disposes here as well.
Absolutely. So far, so good, though, for Talon. 3k advantage, 9 minutes in. Like you've already said, John, Savage, he's having a very good time, and even better is currently Mikoto on the Ember. Like I kind of talked about how he's kind of hot and cold when it comes to this hero, but this is just a fantastic start for Mikoto. Top of the net worth board, right ahead of Savage, and this Ember also going to be rather scary as he is going into the Maelstrom build. Plenty of damage to come out, I'm sure, once that's up, and he's going to have some decent timing on it. Meanwhile, top lane, Yopaj trying to find a target. We'll go after Hyde, but Mikoto is going to be there to help out. And with the Nightmare, he does juke out the X-Back. Still, a nice change from Mikoto. But Yopaj, he's going to be happy to just walk out of there. I can't say the same for Tims, though. He does get scouted out by Mikoto as Tims tries to juke his way back towards the Tier 1 tower. And it seems like they do get themselves out for now. But Talon, they are not backing off. They really want to set up for the top Tier 1. And it seems as though, Boom, they want to try and set up for a team fight. It's just a matter of, can they actually take one?
It's tougher, right? Like, you've only really have both and Torrent for AoE hold, maybe a good Kisses, and again, maybe a good Dispose and multiple heroes if you can somehow find the angle here for Tims. They see the Exo pop, they immediately back off. It's just not a fight that they can take. It's not a tower that will live long enough for them to use those spells. And that does mean a lot of commitment comes out from Boom to try to make that work. It really especially hurts Yopaj, because you do want that quick BKB here on your Kunkka just to be able to stand in the middle. It doesn't feel like the BKB is going to fix all your issues, though. You have to remember there is Doom and Fiend's Grip on Talon's end once they do get the levels into those spells, and that still makes short work of that spell immunity anyway. It's all about positioning here for Talon down the line. Still maintaining that 4k lead. No threat of a push out from Boom down bot either. Jackie clearing out some large camp stacks. Not the biggest stacks in the world, but definitely some catch-up farm that he will need. And he's still really behind here, Mike. Still bottom network core. You talked about Jackie recovering a lot. It does take time. So it does feel like Boom will have to find a way to buy that time out now.
Well, this will be a true test for Jackie. Can he catch up in a game like this that's just gone so badly already? Well, never mind that for a moment. Top lane, KP, going to be in a spot of danger, but immediate TP away. And, well, Tims, he already committed the Dispose. So no way to cancel off the TP means that KP is going to be just fine. Meanwhile, across the map, towards the bottom side, Skem and Yopaj, they are going to smoke up around Jackie, who does have Reincarnate, almost trying to bait for his team, but the only person they run into here is Hyde. Again, not the greatest kill for them to take, but they'll be forced to take whatever they get here as Boom. They'll give another kill away to the Kunkka. But I think it's a great play from Hyde. Just very nice positioning, protecting Savage all the time, and this is not the kill they want.
No, and Savage is still farming up. Already has that Midas up. Mike has a lot of room in his own jungle to farm. There was a nice aggressive ward from Boom to spot that camping spot of Hyde, but they don't really have control on that jungle area itself, at least the central part. They do plant a ward down now. Gonna have to check that out from Talon to see if they can spot that out with all the sentries they have on the ground. And that does at least allow Boom to start to clump up bot, get a little bit of a shove in with the skeletons coming through from Jackie, not pushing in too hard though. As they are still rotating heroes in. Does feel like that bot is being given away by Talon. So, not necessary for the bodies to come in. But we'll see if someone does dip in for a defense here.
I think it just favors Talon though, right? Like they're happy to play the farm game for now. They've got a pos 1 Doom. They've got a pos 2 Ember. It is a rather greedy draft here from Talon. So you'd much rather take the time to farm, wait for Exorcism to be back up, and speaking of the devil, KP with the Exorcism is going to pop at mid lane, and they can always just trade the mid tier 1 tower. It's much more valuable, and knowing how far Jackie is behind right now on the Wraith King, shutting off the triangle of the Dire is going to be a massive issue for Boom if they let this mid tier 1 tower go. For now though, it does survive as they do force the rotations here, Talon. But think about it, John, they're just buying so much time for Savage to just keep that farm up. And it's a Midas Doom. He loves time.
Just wants to keep farming up anyway. They try to get aggressive onto Hyde. They don't manage to find the gap closing to take out even just the Bane. And Talon, with a timely backing off, managed to expand a fortification out from Boom. They don't lose anyone in that little shove-in. They get back to farming on Mikado as well, who does have the full Maelstrom up. So you've got some great ways of dealing with, say, the skeleton summons of Jackie down the line. Boom still trying to clump around mid. For Boom, it does feel like this is the point where they can play around Yopaj. BKB's not quite done, but they at least have the Kisses up and Skem. So they've got a little bit more damage to just work some of those bigger cores down. Would be big if they catch someone like Mikado out here, but they kind of reveal it with a Sentry D ward.
That's a very big pick off. They can find it. Savage not going to be able to juke out the Torrent and the boat as Savage. He will just try to stand his ground, but eventually will drop. That's the kill Boom wanted. Still, Skem is going to go down in the meantime, but here come the cavalry. Boom. They want to keep the fight going. Onto KP they go. They want the Death Prophet. Already so low. KP might just drop. It looks like he will. Jackie will take the kill, but now the Fiend's Grip onto FBZ. But do they have the damage for him? Not quite yet. They'll toss him up, but it's not going to be enough. In fact, now Q going a little bit too far forward. Will also be punished here on the Tiny as Jackie gets a triple kill on the Wraith King. Oh, Talon, they were off to such a good start, John. 3 kills the way of the Wraith King. Look how much net worth he got out of that.
And climbs up, does manage to overtake FZ and KP in that fort, and this aligns for Boom now to have that opportunity to push down mid. Talon just getting a bit too hasty, not expecting Boom to clump up, but again, this is when Boom's strong. They've got Kisses, they've got Torrent Boat, you're ready to run with FBZ with just the double Wraith Bands, and BKBs are just about to be finished. Both are Razor and our Kunkka just lacking the recipes. So you still have big timings for Boom to play around, and Talon has to be extra cautious with their positioning. That's where their heroes really shine. If you can get a good grip off from Hyde, if you can maybe try to jump in with Q on his blink, you can try to isolate and break up that team fight of Boom. Have a bit of an opportunity to maybe look for that mid here though.
They will. Skem does get caught, but Q may have given his life away for this. It's going to be a pos 4 for a pos 5 trade, and it will be, as Yopaj does take the kill. Brighter side for Talon though is they do finally get that mid tier 1 tower. You just start to ask yourself, is it a little bit too late for that? Because Jackie has caught up very nicely now on the Wraith King, and he's not quite at the point he wants to be, but he's at a point now where he can escalate that farmer's Hide. He's going to get run down. Jackie wants the kill onto the Bane. Meanwhile, on the other side, they've got to doom out onto the Kunkka, so they might find Yopaj. Pretty massive pick off here for Talon as they'll go for a bit more onto FBZ. Cookie's not going to be enough. Talon kind of giving it back the way of Boom now, 2-1. Very favorable trade going the way of the Radiant.
Yeah. And they're going to be feeling great. They did have to expend Doom there, but this does mean that Savage will just sit back, go back to farm with Midas, play with the Devour. Boom could have an opportunity, but it's Talon who goes for the smoke play immediately after here.
Cheeky scan out. They scan onto Skem. Jackie's actually going to try and help out with this one. Stun is there onto Makoto, but I don't think he has the follow-up damage. In fact, now Hyde, he has the Fiend's Grip. They need help. They need to help this Wraith King out ASAP here, John. Jackie's going to run. Tim's, he'll be around, but there's your Fiend's Grip. They take him out easily. No mana left on the Wraith King, so no reincarnation to come.
And it just ends up favoring Talon after a little bit of a tumble in that earlier fight. They find the angle up against Boom. They manage to split them apart. Boom, not quite sticking together there. I mean, obviously, they're just trying to find farm in some spots. Hold on.
Apologies, John. I didn't realize. Jackie was 18 mana short. That was a really smart play from Hyde. He used the Fiend's Grip, drained 5% of his mana, and got to the point where he was, what was it, 12 mana short? 18 mana short for the Reincarnation? It's very clever there from Hyde, as now FBZ mid lane. He's going to static link up, but it's not going to help, I'm sure. There's a plasma field. Might help a little bit more, and Tim's now. Dispose is going to be there. Onto Savage, they will rush him. BKB's up, but it may not matter. The damage output just way too high as KB going to go for a BKB TP out, but won't make it either. Oh, what a back and forth game already here between these two. Still a 2k advantage the way of Talon, but Boom Esports, they are giving it right back.
And that's huge. They waste the fresh BKBs coming out from Talon. Managed to not really expend anything big outside of maybe the Unleash on Tim's. And they managed to equalize the map with a mid-tier 1 taken away. So now Jackie's much safer playing that bot jungle. There are wards watching him around the area, but it's not the biggest vision game in the world here from Talon. And they can start reeling it in with a Wraith King eventually, as long as Jackie keeps his farm pace up. Desolator coming out soon. Mikato, though?
He's thinking about going in with the chains, but can't quite reach Tim's with a sleight of fist to be able to land said chains. So Talon just going to take a bit of time to relax and reset themselves. Keep in mind, it feels like Makoto has been farming quite heavily here on the Ember, but he wants to get to a point where he has his BKB up before he gets involved with these fights. We haven't really seen too much of him in these recent team fights, though, to be fair. But I suppose once he does have the BKB up, he can move in a lot more confidently against the Kunkka. For now, though, it just seems like the Ember's not getting involved.
Yeah, I mean, he's been skirmishing here and there when it comes to full commitment inside, as we tend to see Yopaj, dive in really deep, put his body on the line. Mikado's been a lot more cautious just because he needs that protection. He understands that they're going to need to try to reel in as much as gold possible in every core to have that same scaling. Boom, though, trying for a smoke play here.
Oh, but look at Hyde. He just has perfect positioning on the Bane. Even abusing the Shadow Amulet, he knows they're around somewhere. And Boom, they see him. They just can't move in because they do not want the pos 5 Bane. Hyde's playing this very well for Talon. His positioning's just been perfect so far.
He's just been able to give the info every time. Again, it just goes back to what Talon likes to call Hyde. They like calling him the Giga Chad, just cutting off smokes, dying for the team, doesn't mind, doesn't care. Boom, not dissuaded too much, though. They are not at a huge net worth deficit. 1k lead for Talon, it's not all that big. They've got their early BKBs up.
Cheeky little play there from Yopaj. Hyde was looking for a nice nightmare, but doesn't quite find one. The way Talon are grouped up, it does seem like they want to fight, but John, look at the Wraith King farm. Jackie's pretty much on par with Savage now. He's against the Midas Doom, but he's on par in terms of net worth. Only 50 gold behind. They find the Kunkka. That'll break the smoke, but Yopaj is just fine to walk out of there. Talon, do they really want this fight? Jackie's moving in to help out the team if they need it. They have a Deso on the Wraith King if they do get into that fight, and Talon, I don't think this is the fight they can afford to take. It just seems a little bit too rushed, a little bit too desperate here for Talon. I think it's best to probably reset and just try to smoke again a bit later on. Maybe even force a Roshan, but now Boom, they want to smoke up on their own terms. Talon, they're coming in right from the backside here, but who do they aim? Boom are being very patient as Hyde. He will break the smoke once again, but Yopaj won't go for an X yet. Both teams being just so careful not to give the opening to the other team. It's all about initiation here. They'll see Jackie farming, but they know they can't go after the Wraith King yet. In fact, now a blink coming out on Jackie, so he can initiate for his team if he does want to. But it's just on the courier for now, and it does seem like Talon, they are going to back off and wait for another day.
Radiant are scanning.
They played patient. They get good value out of their ward, immediately taken out by Boom after their smoke break on Jackie and the high ground gets figured out. And just leads to an equilibrium state once more of just farming. It does feel like this starts to favor Boom. As you mentioned, Jackie is hitting this point on the Wraith King where it becomes really hard to fight up against this. Doom against Wraith King isn't a great matchup. You don't want to Doom the Wraith King. You want to Doom everyone else. The 2 lives of Jackie should go off without a hitch as long as Hyde isn't able to get a full Duration Fiend's Grip off, so you're pretty confident just getting Reincarnation off every single time. Again, you've just managed to hit those BKB timings on FBZ, on Yopaj. We haven't even seen them use those fresh charges up. So next team fight still feels like you have a lot to play with on Boom's end. And eventually you'll hit that refresh, you'll hit that sheep stick timing here, though.
Look at this, John. Smoke on smoke situation. Skem, he'll break the smoke, but Jackie gonna jump right in. Avalanche does stun him up, but they got the X onto the Tiny. Drag him back, but not quite the Nightmare. It does save but hide. He's gonna drop immediately as KP. He'll get run down here, but he's still static linking around the soul binding up. He does drop, however, as Jackie going for a bit more now. Wants Savage, but Makoto. He'll find Tims, but now Savage. He's trapped up. Mortimer's Kiss is flying in. The Torrent connects as well. The Doom is gone, but Q, he jumps in himself. Now the Fiend's Grip hide, holding down Yopaj, but it's not quite enough. He's going to die back immediately as now Makoto trying to keep the fight going, but they have not found the first life of Jackie's. He jumps right back in onto the Tiny, onto his previous teammate, wanting another kill, and does find it. An ultra kill for Jackie now. Just 1 kill away from the Rampage. Sadly, FBZ's not around, John. Otherwise, he probably could have stolen said Rampage had it been available. But Makoto, he's full HP. He's going to back out of there, and well, now it's 11-16. 1K advantage the way of Boom. Jackie, he's skyrocketing in net worth now, John. I think Talon, they're starting to get into a bit of trouble.
Yeah, they can't deal with the physical output of Boom. They have so much minus armor with that Desolator, with a Static Storm, the Eye of the Storm just running through them, just providing even more minus armor for them to crit through, and you're not super durable yet on Savage. Like, the BKB fades, the magic damage rips right through, and he doesn't have too much bonus armor on hand, at least not until his casual plate mill comes in. Boom could still play aggressive here.
Savage. Oh, the skeletons. The skeletons. Are they going to get vision?
KP.
KP, meanwhile, mid lane does actually end up dropping. Yopaj able to secure the kill as Boom really starting to run at them, but it seems like Boom want to try for Roshan. No Death Prophet available for 35. It'll be a very free Roshan to go the way of Boom Esports, and well, quite frankly, the only person who could try for a steal is either Q or Makoto, and it does feel like it would just be suicide, quite frankly. They are still grouping up. They are going to try and at least slow this down a little bit, but Roshan already so low. Tims scouting out for his team, but does rebound out immediately as Boom, they've got it. FBZ wants a chase now. Tims, he'll be there as well, but the Nightmare going to put a stop to it as Hyde. Still trying to run, but Jackie is on the chase with the stun, but not going to throw it out. He's just not within range. But Boom, they got the Aegis up. They'll hand it over to the Kunkka. And now, even with the low HP on Jackie, he won't mind jumping onto the Ember. Makoto, big trouble here for the Ember Spirit, but he's still alive, just barely. He remnants out. He is alive. Tim's the one to drop, but does die back as now Jackie being Fiend's gripped up in massive trouble. Is going to go down. Still the boat does fly in Savage. He's burning alive as he does eventually fall to Skem. And FBZ, he'll trace down KP here on the Death Prophet, but KP, he looks the man up with the Exorcism back onto the Kunkka. Meanwhile, Tims, this could be a dieback for the Marcy, but no, he jumps out with the cookie. Back in onto KP again, but Makoto and Q right in onto the Marcy. Do take him down for a dieback. Tims is gone. Skem running right to Yopaj, but he does get taken down, as so does FBZ. Talon, they don't quite get the Aegis, John, but they just got everything else. All 4 other heroes on Boom going down. Oh, this game, it's just such a close affair between these two.
Yeah, it's neck to neck. They managed to find the 2 lives of Jackie, take him out, and just clean up afterwards. Once you remove that Wraith King, a lot of damage does feel like it dissipates. Razor's still a massive threat up front, but there's no one to really feed off of that Eye of the Storm minus armor. You don't have the Desolator to stack up on top. You don't have those massive crits that Wraith King can provide. And Talon make the best out of a pretty rough situation. Aegis still stands here for Yopaj. They can't quite push into an objective without the XO up, but they managed to stop Boom from going for their own objectives. Tier 1 tower still stands. Like, that entire move was a defense of that objective, and Boom weren't able to put a dent in it. So Talon can just, again, go back to farming themselves, get that build up, go into the Shivas here for Savage. That should help with some of the armor issues he's facing, help to slow down Boom when they want to chase down that Doom. And Mikado is almost at his Ags here, Mike. Just 600 gold away. Once that Ember Ags is up, locking in Mikado becomes even tougher. We've seen it already. Kind of a struggle to just burst him down in that hold window. With the Ags, Mikado's going to be free to be even more aggressive and just try to find those opportunities for Talon if Boom aren't careful.
Oh, we talk about it every time, John. The Ember Ags is really where things get very fun, and Mikado, I'm sure, is going to have a lot of fun this game, number one. Bot lane, though, a defense may begin very soon as Boom. They are forcing a push in. In fact, he's bought the whole Ags out. They could go for the fight, but keep in mind, Yopaj, he has a Scythe device up now. It could be a bit of a scary fight considering they don't know the Hex is available, especially for Mikado. If he doesn't have that BKB up, could be very detrimental for the Ember Spirit. They will get the bottom tier 2, but Talon, they have vision around this area. They could try to force a fight. Could be a very good one, but they've got the low ground for now. It's about how you jump in. Q, he might go for a toss back, but no, it's right up with the avalanche toss onto Skem. They'll just melt him down to the Snapfire. One down already here for Boom as Talon. They rush onto Jackie, finding the reincarnation life, but here come the buybacks. The Snapfire wanting to come back into this fight, but Talon, they have backed off. That's all they wanted. They got more than enough out of this. There's going to be a counter smoke now. Boom. They committed a buyback, so they want to force a fight. Problem is, Skem cancelled his TP to the outpost, so he's going to have to just walk the old-fashioned way. While Boom, they try to find themselves a straggler. But nobody's really around right now. Unless Mikado, Yopaj. No, they see him. They know he's there somewhere. Mikado, he will get hexed up. Disposes there as well, but can they hold him down? The toss away, but the boat is still going to connect. Is it enough, though? The Nightmare to help out, but it's not going to be there. Mikado goes down. First death of the game for the Ember. And all the gold going back the way of Jackie.
And that's the opening Boom wants. They know BKBs were down. That's what led to that smoke play. Talon had to commit a lot just to find that buyback on Skem.
He's got no
now
buyback.
The high ground is circle.
The Ember has no buyback. They're moving in. Doom is out. That might find the first life of Jackie, and eventually he does end up dying. But without two heroes with no buybacks available, Boom Esports, they can go right after the mid-racks here. Nothing has stopped them. In Talon, they will try to chip away at Boom, but eventually they may just realize they don't have the Ember buyback.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Refresher Orb available as well on FBZ. So a bit more utility here for the Razor, but Boom, no, they're not feeling confident. Even with the Aegis up on Yopaj, it's going to expire in 5 seconds. They won't risk anything. They'll respect Talon and they'll just back their way out for now. Though it is seemingly a bit of a missed opportunity for Boom, John. Maybe 100% not realizing that the Ember actually just has no way back into the game for now.
Yeah, I think that's respectable from Boom, though. They play it safe. They don't want to overextend. We've seen situations before where Boom are fully aggressive. They're much more disciplined. They go for other objectives. They just go for the tier 2 top, start to take control of that triangle. Talon still don't have an avenue to force this fight outside. Mikado is back up. They could try something. DD is on Boom's end, though. Roshan's still a ways off, but double damage coming out onto Yopaj is going to be pretty damn big here.
That's going to hurt with the Tidebringer to just share all that damage between Talon as Savage. He can't afford to die right now. Not the Doom. He's going to be okay for now. Still had the BKB available just in case he needed it. It's like Jackie maybe just trying to force the BKB out for the tier 2 top tower push. And Boom once again, very disciplined. Do back off. They realize they don't have that great of a net worth lead right now, and I'd still say ultimately the scaling of Boom is just going to be better when you compare drafts in comparison to, say, Talon. With a POS 1 Doom, you kind of rely on the net worth advantage earlier on than now. Still, it's not 100% said and done at all for Talon. They've still got a very good chance of pulling off this win as well. But it does seem like both teams going to take it slow, wait for the other to try and make a mistake.
Yeah, when you've got such closely matched teams, you don't want to be the team that gives that opportunity away. So you might play it safe. They are going aggressive now on Boom's end, though.
Ooh, Jackie just blinking right up to the high ground. Q. Gonna find their target, but they do at least force Talon back towards the base. Smoke, perhaps? Talon. Very grouped up. They've got a vision advantage. Yopaj immediately doomed up here on the Kunkka, so they jump in. Q, a nice avalanche, but FBZ he'll refresh with the double Eye of the Storm. Look at KP, he is gonna melt. Meanwhile, Makoto trying to chase down the idol. The Kunkka in trouble, still fighting, though he's deniable, but not quite. He does go down as FBZ, he finds another. Now Makoto, though, how much can he get done? They do find Skem. The Ember at least clears out 3 heroes as Jackie is gonna show up. He won't catch the Ember, but he might have a chance at the Tiny. Q is eventually going to have to Yule Scepter through the stun. Nice blink away, though, and he's actually gone. Very nice mechanics there from Q to get himself out of that. Very, very clutch. And that was actually a great team fight for Talon.
And they managed to get some great punishment off. They don't lose Savage. They take out Yopaj. They get a good angle for the Blink Doom out from Savage here. Just locking in Yopaj, preventing him from using the Side of Ice, from getting any impact out from his BKB. And then they just run down with Makoto afterwards. They still have no clear answers for, say, FBZ's Razor or Jackie's Wraith King. These heroes are still a big menace up front, but it seems like for now, Talon's play is to just ignore them. You know, they're not quite set to do damage onto those heroes. Maybe by the time you have Refresh Doom and perhaps that Infernal Blade Shard, you can start to get to work onto something, especially something like the Wraith King in some of these prolonged fights. It's going to take some time for that build-up and just kind of go with what's soft, go with what's still a little bit more exposed in that Kunkka, who's still really susceptible to that Doom, because Kunkka's going to need to get the boat off. If the boat doesn't fly out, that durability of Boom that we've seen, it's not as oppressive for Talon to play up against.
Still a very slight net worth lead here for Boom, John. Only 1k. Most of that farm being on Jackie. You see Savage, he is trying to build up towards the Refresher Orb very, very soon as Jackie will get chained up here by Makoto, but to get the D wards off here in the Radiant Triangle. Maybe once you have the Refresher Orb up on the Doom, he's going to be a hell of a lot scarier just dooming 2 heroes straight off the bat. Still Talon, they aren't going to wait around for that. They are going to smoke up as 5 heroes and try to make a rotation back into their own triangle. Exorcism is back up in 8 seconds, but again, KP, last time around, he did melt. This time, though, it might be Boom melting. John, as Makoto is going to find a double damage rune himself on the Ember. So last time around, you had the Tidebringer hits and double damage. This time, Makoto with the Sleight of Fist. And he's at that level 25 mark as well, so he does have 2 charges of said Sleight of Fist.
Radiant's
It's going to be all about this second Roshan. As Talon, they do prepare on the high ground of the Dire Junglein. Or Boom Esports, they'll do the exact same thing across the map on the Radiant Triangle. Question is, who starts Roshan first?
Yeah, both sides are kind of camped out for it. It's a pivotal Roshan to take. Roshan number 2 with the free shards. Need that secondary life for Boom to start to find a high ground. They do find a free tier 2 for their trouble. So they're getting a little bit more off the map in comparison to what Talon can do. And they've always got the X TP play to just farm, to take some side lanes, get some pressure off from the side of Boom. And they have that slight net worth lead. Jackie, as you mentioned, Mike, number 1 has managed to skyrocket after a very rough early game here, as we expect at this point from Jackie. Talon, for their part, do have the full Linken's up on Makoto. So he's protected going in. He doesn't have to be scared of the disposes out. It does feel like Boom's been playing off the back of Tim's with his blink.
Look at this 5-man smoke up from Talon, but Boom, they're just going to force the high ground. They want to force everyone back to the base here from Talon. It's a smart play from Boom, because now they'll go for a counter smoke right into Roshan. The scan is there. They seem to believe Talon's around the Roshan pit, and they would be correct in assuming so. Hyde's doing a good job of ruining that scan, though, as Boom, they are going to blink into the Roshan pit, but we'll realize nobody around. So both teams kind of reading each other's minds. No smoke being broken yet. Talon, they're having a look around for a straggler from Boom, but nobody around here. They'll just clear out the creep wave instead. And the mind games between these two. I mean, it was a nice bait play from Boom. Talon, though, They read their movement.
Dire's middle tower.
And both sides just kind of trade spots. Boom, start to take that jungle ramp. But they are starting to push into the high ground of the triangle once more.
Who do you doom first, John? Savage, who does he want? I think he wants the Conk up.
Oh, no.
Still, Jackie, he's the first one in. He's already found Savage. The kisses are flying in as well. Savage, he's BKB'd up. He does commit the doom, but he's still maybe going to drop. In fact, never mind. He's out of there for now. Instead, Makoto, he's the target they really want on the Ember. Can they get the damage out in time? Yes, they can. Fiend's Grip, though, hide. He'll hold down Jackie. Was already quite low on the Wraith King, but do they have the damage output for him? Savage will jump in, but the X-Pack from the Idol, protecting the Wraith King for now, but KP still going to charge him, but no Jackie. He mans up. What a Giga Chad. Still surviving. Right back in Jackie. He does take down Savage before he ends up dying himself. Oh, his hide ends up going down as well. A 4-for-2 trade, but it really should not have been that way for Talon. How close were they to killing off Jackie that whole time? But he takes down KP and he takes down Savage right before he ends up going down.
The damage output from Boom is just still way too high. The minus armor still racks up. It's just been the consistent issue for KP in this game. He doesn't stay alive long enough. He has the BKB, he has a plate mail. It's still not enough durability for him to apply any effort. And when Talon tries to re-engage with Savage, he blinks on top right as Q is getting the toss off, so Savage just gets tossed in the air instead. No control coming out from Q and the re-engage. Boom. Get the opportunity to take that mid set of racks. All set of racks kind of open for the taking. They could try for the tier 3 plays if they wanted to, but Boom will go for the safe play. They've got that opening for Roshan. They know the Talon's not going to be buying back. There's no buyback on Mikado when he did jump in. Mikado's just been having a rough time. Even with the Lincolns, he's not been able to get these BKB off in these last few fights. Boom has just been able to chain stun really well, and it's a very tough game for Savage to figure out who to doom. Because if you doom the Razor after he's already used Eye of the Storm and BKB at least one time, you're still pretty satisfied, along with a static Lincoln Zone. It still feels like Konka could be your big choice, but how do you handle the Wraith King? Like, it's just not a favorable matchup for Savage to play into. They've got to kind of skirmish around here, and Talon's been trying to dance around very hard, jumping in and out with the Ember, getting a blink angle for Savage, getting some tossbacks here with Q, and generally just having KP die in the front line for them.
Oh,
but it's so hard to pull off in comparison to what Boom has to do. They just run up, ensure Jackie can get hits off, and ensure that the Eye of the Storm is running through, and maybe get the Hex off on Mikado, and you're kind of set.
Both teams again, John. The second Roshan, it's still not down. Both teams are waiting, and even with one racks down here, Talon, if they can take this Roshan for themselves, it's going to be a great way to try and come back into this game. Problem is, how do you take it? It really does go back to the fact that Savage is having a very rough time scaling on this Pos 1 Doom, and without the Refresher Orb up, you've really got to be quite careful about who you target. And every team fight we do see Savage, he's looking around for the Conker. He wants Japoi, but Yopaj, realizing this, does stay away and build up into his own Lincoln Sphere. It's making it very hard for Savage to find the target he truly wants, and of course that last team fight just being forced to Doom FBZ, but that's just not it. The Razor does not care. There's Jackie. He'll start Roshan now. Talon, they've got to find a good way to fight this. Q, he could start the fight with a tossback on Jackie if he truly wants to. Problem is Jackie has 2 lives and a BKB available, so just keep scouting out for now. Japoi breaks the Lincolns onto the Ember, into the Dispose. Makoto, he can't afford to die, but he gets the BKB off in time. Still Talon, they've popped their BKBs too early. They might need to back off, but Savage jumps in as well. Makoto, he's trying. Doom is out onto FBZ, but Savage, he might go down, but no, he jukes them out. Oh, he's juked them out for now. The Doom is still fine. Jackie, he'll back out of there, and Yopaj, he's the one to drop on the Conker. Makoto, just so much damage being dealt here from the Ember. There's Talon. Do they go for Roshan?
They could. They get the refresh off from Savage. Immediate refresh to have the Doom on ready here, along with the BKB use. It does feel like they need a little bit of a reset. You're not the healthiest mana-wise here for Mikado. So spamming out, it's not going to be as easy. Only 3 charges on the Remnants, no BKB for 40 seconds. So it is more than likely they'll just play it safe. They've gotten the buybacks on Boom supports. Both Scam and Tim's want to get back into that fight. But Talon will go for that smoke play angle anyway. Again, they've got Doom off cooldown here with a refresh.
Oh, they might run into Tim's. Q. No, he wants Scam. He'll find the snap fire. Makoto immediately in to try and help out, but here comes FBZ. Q. He will drop as a Praetor's now Savage trying to move in. Doom is out. Who have they got? It's going to be FBZ on the Razor. Meanwhile, Jackie, he does have that secondary life. They completely ignore him. Taking down FBZ first as now Jackie with only 1 life is more susceptible. Makoto, he'll go for the chase. Savage right behind him. They've got the Wraith King locked down and take him out. Oh, Talon, here we go, John. They're onto a comeback in game 1. They're feeling confident. Boom Esports. Oh, they've got to start paying a bit more respect, I think, to Talon, John. So I think the second Roshan should go the way of the Radiant.
Yeah, they've got the angle to take it. It's still only, again, Rosh number 2, so it doesn't have the full complement that Roshan can give. No cheese, no refresh shard, no Ag's blessing on hand. Still, just the secondary life might be enough for Talon to start to find more objectives onto the high ground and try to equalize the map. Boom, no buyback in FBZ. They don't want to expend the buyback here on Jackie. They're going to have to just surrender that Roshan. And, Jin, when you see these fights break out, Mike, Talon have to work extra hard to find them. Like, they just see the supports isolated. That's their opportunity. They have to kind of play this hit-and-run style, make sure Boom is sort of declumped initially, get their BKB usage just right, find the perfect Doom target from Savage. He's been making great use of his War Stomps as well. And we're kind of at the point where Doom's output with Infernal Blade shards, it's actually pretty painful for strength cores, especially something like the Wraith King. Even the Kunkka doesn't enjoy all that percent burn damage. So you don't have that big of a damage issue in Talon. It's still all about dancing around. And for the benefit of Talon, Mikado has been doing a great job of dancing. He's got that refresh on hand now. He's going to have a lot of remnants to toss out, double BKB use, maybe even a secondary Linken's usage if he wants to think about it that way. And he's just been carrying this team, right? Like we heard a panel, I think it was Fear who pointed out, you don't have a great scaling carry on Talon. That's all really down to Mikado. He's been delivering this game.
He certainly is, John. Mikado doing a great job, and we're now with 10 remnants available with the Refresher Orb. We know how fast he can blow somebody up. It's a ridiculous amount of damage, and a bit of a quick Australian math here, John. That's about 3k damage with 10 remnants. You know, give or take. Pretty damn good amount here for Mikado. See what they can get done, though, with that. Is they have a 7k net worth lead. Now, not that net worth lead matters anymore, but if we can have a look at the Dota Plus graph, John, it's just shot right up. I mean, it's not looking too good for Boom. It's just not a pretty sight whatsoever. As now Makoto, look at this. How confident could this man be? He'll jump in again. Where's he going, though? Around the world, but the Hex is out. Has he gone too far? They'll stun him up in a nice toss. Q saving the day. Jackie still going to try and go for a chase, but Makoto still moving right back in with the double chains out, fighting FBZ, wanting the Razor. Savage, he goes on to Japoi, but Japoi's fine for now. It's Makoto. He'll jump back out, and KP will jump back in. Spells being used up and BKB's being committed, but nobody drops yet. Everyone very tanky at the moment. Talon, even with the Aegis up, they just don't find the target they really wanted. They kind of run out of remnants there on Makoto. You just kind of wait for the recharge to be there on said remnants and just go back in later.
Did manage to force some resources out from Boom here, Mike. FBZ had to pop refresh, had to use the secondary BKB. So you don't have double BKB coming out in the next 2 minutes. It's a bit of a window for Talon if they do want to play aggressive. It's as you said, though, probably just going to wait for Mikado's charges to fill back up. Use this time to keep the farm game up. They're working onto a Hex on Savage here as well. So even more lockdown for the Doom to use to enable Mikado to play around. And again, it's all about Mikado. We see how much they're willing to do to just save that Ember. Q jumps in, has the Aeon Disc, tosses back to prevent that Hex from becoming disastrous for Talon, saving the Aegis in the process. Still 2 minutes for Talon to play with that Aegis here, as even KP's managed to find a couple of items up. He's managed to overtake FBZ. I mean, you think about how many times KP's been dying in the front lines. He's managed to recover pretty well. Linken's up now, along with the Lotus Sword to protect. So even our Death Prophet now can apply some more utility onto Mikado and just pile onto the Ember. Boom. And they're not really out of this game. They've got a Rax advantage. 7k lead, as you said here, Mike. It doesn't mean too much. Jackie's still farming like a madman. Swift Blink on hand. They just need to find a way to isolate Mikado and kill him off.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just such a close match, John. The net worth lead at this point, it really doesn't feel like it matters anymore. But Talon is doing such a fantastic job as now the Refresher Orb up and available on Yopaj. You know what that means, John? I think the man needs an Aghanim Scepter upgrade for that beautiful Torrent Storm. Nothing like a double Torrent Storm in the middle of a team fight to completely screw up the other team, but he might wait for Roshan for that aspect. She's going to be up in quite a while. 4 minutes till we find out when the next Rosh is available. Of course, the Aegis is still available on Makoto for now for another minute. It feels like Boom have to be so much more careful about how they force these fights. You've really got to try and either get Makoto quickly or take down Hyde or Q first. I mean, there's no question about it. If you can't find Makoto, it's probably not worth taking the fight. And I'd say the same for Hyde and the Bane. Like, you just don't want to let this man Fiend's Grip from a mile away and just forget about it. You can't do that.
Yeah, just can't let it happen. TPs are forced out from the shove in from Boom down bot. So that does kind of declump Talon for a moment, not wanting to lose an additional set of racks. It is a double siege creep wave. So they've got to settle with it. Fortify does stall this process out. They're getting some good damage off, but not really looking to commit for Boom. They just work the jungle, get that farm build up. They're going to work into FBZ's Ags with a refresh. Double Eye of the Storm can end this game really fast. So Boom's still got a lot of good angles left here, Mike Talon. It does still feel like they've got to be careful considering their racks down still.
Bot lane, this could be where the fight breaks out, John. They see Makoto on the creep wave as the Aegis does expire, and Jackie will show himself. Was trying to bait Talon forward. They won't move yet, though. They're going in completely blind here, Talon, so they'll have to wrap around the other way, trying to find an opening that suits them. Now mid lane, Savage, Scythe of Vice is out. They will block with the Lincolns, and Savage for now going to be fine as Makoto right in, just scouting out for his team and Q. In the avalanche toss onto FBZ, Makoto, he just keeps going on the Ember. He does not give a crap, but FBZ, he'll drain some damage away from the Ember Spirit. Meanwhile, Jackie has found Hyde on the Bane. That's one down, but Boom, can they find any more? Makoto still around, but Japoi trying to get a Scythe the Vice off. Will break the Lincolns into the Scythe, and now with the link out and the double the Eye of the Storm, it's a lot of damage. Still Savage gonna jump back into the Doom, but he's gone. Oh, he tried to save the Ember, and he does do so, but it costs his own life. Can they find Jackie at least? It doesn't seem like it. He's on the run. Instead, they'll be forced to take Skem on the Snapfire. Meanwhile, KP does at least find the first life of Jackie, but can he get a second? Fiend's Grip is there. Hold him down from Hyde. Jackie needs some help. They'll just keep holding him down into a double Doom out. Jackie, he's got no way to survive this.
God.
Now Savage, right onto FBZ, takes down another. Yopaj, he is forced to run on the Kunkka. He cannot keep the fight going. They do commit buybacks for that fight, Talon, but I think it's well worth it.
They managed to find a lot of big kills. Savage doesn't want to be caught out here.
He's alone.
Oh boy.
Oh, Savage. Scythe of Vice, Savage.
Oh
That's
boy.
a dieback, Savage. That's a dieback, sir.
Yeah. Goes a bit too far forward, tries to farm, and boom. They still lack their 2 cores, but you know, they didn't buy back. They didn't have any need to buy back in that pick off. And Talon are going to find themselves on a bit of a back foot here. They still have the buyback in Mikado at the least, but they can't take any objectives off the back of that fight. They can't force mid. They can't think about Roshan. It's going to be, if they're unfortunate here on the respawn timing for Talon, Boom has a clear advantage into the Rosh with how much more time Savage will take to respawn. And Boom can start trying to tie out this game. Still have that Ags build up here for FBZ lined up. Have the Orchid into Blood Torrent, looks like here for Jackie down the line. Just more control to deal with the Ember. And Mikado, it's still really hard to find those angles, right? Like, to work out these fights for the Ember is just very, very difficult. Kai and Sanj up, so a little bit less control coming out of the stat resist at the very least. Maybe giving Mikado a window to dodge out, pop his BKB, and just bail out in a bad fight, but these fights feel easier for Boom to pull off. And speaking of unfortunate, Rosh is just immediately up, Mike. 50 seconds where Savage isn't up. Boom could try to go into that pit here.
We're going to have a quick pause out, which gives us time to talk about the state of the game, John. And I realize you've already kind of been doing that, but we're 50.5 minutes in now, Jonathan. I'm not going to say what that means, because every time we say it, it never happens. But, you know, maybe 9.5 minutes away from something special happening. Still, Talon in the lead, 5k net worth lead there. Wait, the win probability, though, I mean, it's like 47% to 53%. barely favoring Boom Esports. That's how close this game is right now. It's just really hard to know who has the big lead. But I'd say as time goes on, like, Makoto's about to hit level 30 now. He even buys the tomb out for himself. It's going to be rather scary. Like an extra chains target, the minus remnant charge time. It's just going to be very annoying for Boom to deal with because Makoto's just going to be able to do whatever he wants. And you're getting to that territory as well as the Ember, where you start to consider Divine Rapiers, right? Like you're starting to think, do I need that extra damage? It is very late into the game. Makoto's only died twice this game. What are you thinking, John? Divine's even in consideration here for the Ember Spirit.
It could be. It doesn't feel completely necessary. I think it's all just down to play. Whether or not Boom can play the way they want to or Talon can play the way they want to. This Roshan's big for Boom. It has the free refresh shard. So way more spells to spam out here. They hand it over to Yopaj, of course. Refresh orb plus the shard on hand. It does have enough to buy out that Ags you're talking about here, Mike. So double, triple. The Torrent Storm could be big if Yopaj does want to jump into it, and the high ground path is very clear for Boom. They're already 1 racks up. Side lanes are kind of open with only the tier 3s to stand. And you're still in a very scary position where Savage doesn't have buyback for 4.5 minutes. So a massive window for Boom to just play.
And they're moving right in, down towards that bot lane. They'd love Makoto. He does have buyback, but they'd love to try and force it before the next high ground attempt. So far, nobody being found out here from Talon. They do back off at the right moment and just rely on the Ember to get that split push going. Even a Bloodthorn being built up here by Jackie now, just wanting that extra utility. And speaking of the devil, Jackie gonna jump right in onto Makoto, but he's by himself. Still, the side of Talon are the ones to back out. So they assume Jackie had his whole team behind him, but he had nobody. He was literally on his own.
And they're close by enough. You see how quick that response is from Boom. That would have been a very drawn-out fight to deal with 2 lives in Jackie. So just play it safe, back off, knowing that Boom's probably got an angle back in, and just play for high ground. They can't afford to take this massive risk here on Talon's end. Again, backs are against wall. That lead that they had doesn't really mean much at 53 minutes in. And it's just so much easier to execute here for Boom. Again, they just jump in, ensure Jackie's enabled, find a way to lock in Makoto. You don't really worry about Doom. Double Doom is still big, but you know it's not the biggest deal in the world if you play your cards right here on Boom's end. They're being very patient. You know, they've got Aegis. They don't want to rush things. They want to get the right items up, get the right situation going for their side. Just work the lanes. They don't quite have buyback on FBZ and Tim since Skems is still on cooldown. So maybe just try to build up to that point, but they're keeping every lane in. They're keeping Talon onto the high ground. They can't really play this farming game right now on Talon's end.
53, almost 54 minutes in now. It's like Yopaj, he wants the Ags, but he wants the Ags Blessing with it. He doesn't want to have the Aghanim Scepter in his item slot, and that's fair enough. Boom, are they really going to commit for this high ground? They might just do it safely with FBZ, but Savage, he's going to do a fair bit of damage immediately onto the Razor. It's not going to be that easy to just chip away slowly here for Boom, as they might sacrifice FBZ if they're not too careful. Keep in mind, he does have the Aegis up on the Razor, but you'd much rather not give it away if you can avoid it. Talon's still in great contention here to try and pull off this game 1 victory, as they will see Jackie. Q's going to jump in and toss him back into the team, though Jackie, he'll get his BKB off immediately. Forcing the Aeon Disc proc from Q. But without the BKB, I doubt Boom wants to fight. They'll back off and hold the high ground of the Radiant Triangle once again. And that should ensure Talon is safe to save the next 70 seconds while the BKB's on cooldown. I highly doubt Boom will go in.
And they just buy more time, try to chip away at that Aegis timing here for FVC. Only about 1.5 minutes left on that Razor's secondary life. Talon, their options are growing limited though, Mike. They can't make any forays outside of their base. Full Bloodthorns up for Jackie. More damage coming through from him, more control coming out as well. And yeah, there's not much to do. Just high five, pass the time, hold the high ground, rinse and repeat, and wait for an opening.
Yeah, just gotta high five sometimes. Speaking of high five, John, I had a game today. I forgot to high five my carry, and he got very upset with me. Let me tell you, they do not. These calls, they're not happy if nobody high fives them. If they're left hanging, whew, you're gonna hear it. This guy turned on his mic, started abusing me. Where's my high five? don't get. I'm too old, John. I'm too old for this. I don't high five. I just win games.
You gotta high five. It keeps that team morale up. Dota's a team game, Mike. You don't play solo nowadays. You gotta work together in your pubs.
Used to be able to solo when Necrobook was around, John. Let me tell you.
You sicko.
Yeah.
You're really sick, man, Mike. You know, you ask yourself why things go wrong. That's why, because you were a Necrobook user. You know, that's exactly it.
I deserve it, I suppose. Talon. They're grouped up still, John. At least they've made it outside of their base for now. Holding the left side of that mid lane, but boom. Just hoping somebody shows up, and in they go Jackie. Right onto KP for the Nightmare. Gonna save KP for now as they have not got the lockdown. In fact, Savage getting a stun off onto Jackie into the Avalanche toss combination. They're just trying to chip away at the first reincarnation life. Jackie almost low. Makoto, he does get it. Z-Remnant's back the other way now, but Japoi moves in with a massive tidal wave into the boat fleet. Still, it's not going to be enough. They got the reincarnation life. So, boom, they do not want to force the fight any further. And it's just a massive issue. Makoto, he could just jump in and out so frequently. Just snipes the first life and boom, can't go any further.
And the big thing for Talon is they expend a couple of BKBs, but they don't have to use their refreshes. Doom is still ready to go on Savage. Double Doom still ready to go here as well. They need to equalize their lane, so Bot is still shoving pretty hard, so they can't spend too much time outside base. Smoke not going to lead to many opportunities here for Talon. Are baiting out a little bit with Mikoto, but Boom's all the way back home, knowing that, you know, you give an opening like that, things can go out south very quickly. I do love what Jackie's doing, though, Mike. Going for the Ags and the Raid King. So even if you kill someone off, those spells will still fly in. It could still get dicey for Talon. Especially, think about it, though. Like, if, say, Yopaj gets pinned down in the AoE of the Raid King. Stays alive, manages to get a Hex use, manages to get the Ghost Ship use, maybe even the Tidal Storm. It gets pretty wacky for Talon to fight against that, especially because at that point your BKBs are already off. You have no way of dealing with it, and just could lead to a win situation for Boom anyway. That Ags pickup on Jackie is going to be big.
Oh, John, you're thinking too simply, John. You got to think about the Rizpol and Minamipo strategies here, John. You get Divine Rapiers, and you TP back in the Reincarnation life, so you never lose the Divine. It's brilliant. Like, you just get to play Divine Rapier. What's stopping him, right? He'll refresh, pop his BKB, TP out, and he'll be fine. In fact, Q, he may not be so fine, but the Aeon Disc gonna save his life as now Savage jumping in, Doom out right onto the Kunkka, but he's doomed himself. Oh, he's doomed himself, the Lotus Orb. It's gonna save the life as Yopaj is going to be fine to walk out, and now Tim's going right back on Makoto, forcing the Fiend's grip, and Makoto's been caught out. The Nightmare's not going to save him. He is gone. He could buy back, though, if he wants to keep this fight going. KP has been caught back now. Savage, he'll refresh. The buyback is there. Jackie might lose that first life, but still healing up, still surviving. Does finally go down. They'll find Tim's on the Marcy. Jackie, who do we aim? Onto the Scam, onto the Snapfire. We'll take him down. Meanwhile, Savage being tossed away by Q, being saved by the Tiny Airlines, getting Savage out of there just in the nick of time. No visa necessary. He's just fine. Still TP right back to the base, and oh, Q. Had he not saved Savage, John, that might have been massive for Boom, but Boom, they lose a hell of a lot in that team fight.
Oh, Mikado has to be a bit cautious. He did just buy back. So you're in a very awkward spot where, yes, Boom expends a lot of buybacks. They have to buy back in Yopaj and their two supports, but if you find Mikado, those buybacks are worthwhile. That opens up high ground. It feels like Talon's not going to be able to play at that point. I mean, Savage still has his buyback. So you could find him as well. Roshan, real quick timer here for Boom. Very, very lucky as they're in a good position to take that Rosh. Could kind of mitigate that risk that Yopaj has here. And again, that could open up the high ground in a big way for Boom.
John, 20 seconds, John. That's all I can say. 20 seconds. And Roshan's up. You are correct. Wind Waker on Q now as well. Props to Q on this Tiny. He's been doing a really damn good job of just the tossback saves on his teammates. Now with the Wind Waker, he can save even more. But Roshan is going to be scouted up by Skem. Boom. They will rush for this, I'm sure. Yopaj already bought the Axe Blessing for himself, so he won't need it. But you could hand this one over to Jackie. Keep in mind, though, Jackie also bought the whole thing himself, I think. And he did. So Jackie's not getting the Axe either. Who gets it?
Skem. think you just hand it over to Skim, have the gobble up ready, and just initiate from a mile away. And no, with that Ags up on Jackie, it's very low risk to toss literally anyone as long as Jackie's close by.
Here we go. Here we go, John. Time has come. Talk to me about those tier 5 items, John.
Well. The Stygian coming out for Boom is huge because they already have a Deso up, along with that additional minus armor, just going to allow them to rack up damage, at least on Talon. Whoops, that was Talon's hand. The Fallen Sky for Jackie will allow him to initiate very, very far in with the Swift Blink on top. So you feel pretty good. I think this is down to whoever gets... What's the one with the refresh? That little orb that refreshes all your items? Yeah, if whoever gets Ex Machina with 20-second BKB, you're pretty happy with that.
Here we go, though. Boom, they're not going to wait that long. They'll refresh on FBZ, and they'll get started. Keep in mind Makoto. He does have that Stygian Desolator, so his damage is amped quite a lot of Savage. Already jumping in. Has found Japoi on the Kunkka. They want to melt him down, and they've got him. Doom is out. He'll have the Reincarnation Life. That's about all he's got right now is Savage. He even found Scam on the Snapfire. It's another down here for Talon as Q jumps in, killing off Japoi, and now FBZ trapped up with the Marcy. They'll take him down. Meanwhile, Jackie still trying to keep this fight going on the raid team of Makoto, just jumping all across the team fight, not letting anything happen to his teammates as they do find Savage. But he'll buy back. He wants Jackie a second time. How much can Jackie do on his own? The answer is not much. Not without a BKB. He is going to go down, and Talon, they have successfully defended high ground. There's another Hex out on Jackie. 3 heroes down without buyback here, Jonathan.
What?
Talon's got an opening.
I don't know how they did that. I legitimately don't know how they found that opening. They see FBZ run up. He uses his refresh. He tries to run down that top set of racks, trying to clear out the tier 3s. Doesn't, at least finds a tier 3. Doesn't find the racks for his trouble. And with all of those buybacks gone, that's maybe an opportunity for Talon. They've got to find a way to push in, though. They do have the refresh on KP, so Exo is ready to go. And they even have a Book of the Dead right when they need it. Mike, I mean, you're happy now.
The boys are back, John. The boys are back. Get him, Q. You pop that book, sir. You know what to do. There they are. Look at him, Jonathan.
Oh, my God. No way.
They're back in, John. How great's this? This is
going tier 4s.
They're going tier 4s. I mean, there's 3 heroes without buyback here for Boom. They had such an advantage. They had so many Roshans. But Talon, they are just a dedicated bunch. They want this win. They want to be the best team in SEA. And they might just have it, at least for game 1. They'll move in on the tier 4 towers. Boom, they're going to try one last time to defend this. FBZ, he's in with Jackie with the feeds grip. Going to hold him down immediately. That's 1 life gone. Jackie, how's he going to fight this? It's all him against the world. As FBZ's already going down. Jackie, he'll go for a run, but the Ancient is completely exposed. They'll just aim that down as Jackie does get caught out. No chances of escape. He's gone. And Talon, what a game it was, John. They're still trying here, Boom. They are still trying, but the Ancient is going to go down, and teams as Talon do pick up the victory. Game 1 to go the way of Talon. Oh, they soared high today, John. Boom Esports. They were soaring high, but they crash landed real quick.
That was I can't believe that game even happened. It was so close between both teams. This is what we wanted to see in this kind of tiebreaker. Both teams definitely deserving to be in this spot. Contention for number 1 in Southeast Asia. Such a close match, but Talon sees that one opportunity. They see FBZ come up, use refresh early, try to static storm down that top set of racks, and it doesn't work out. They jump the back line, they catch him off guard, and props to Boom, they played it really well. Right? They had this lineup that scaled so much better. They had such great opportunities. They kept punishing Talon when they drop off and make one little mistake. But Talon would do the same. They'd look for small mistakes out from Boom. It was a lot harder to pull off from Talon. Like, even with a refresh on Savage, we saw like multiple Dooms being wasted on Lincolns. We saw Savage Doom himself. Mikado had to play on the bleeding edge to dodge out all those stuns. And the entire unit had to work together. Like, Q was just getting these tossbacks. Mikado was just dancing around. I know that was a maddening game.
Can I just give props to Makoto as well, John? Looking at his hero damage here, 96,000 hero damage throughout that game 1. The closest to him was actually FBZ on 53,000 right after. So 96,000 points of damage here from Makoto. You'd have to argue the Yellow Flash himself carried the game here for the side of Talon for game 1. Still, luckily for us, it is a best of 3 series, so we are going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our game 2 draft with our lovely panel. We'll see you then.
This is so sick.
Can we just go back to playing games now?
In the right place to move. In the right place with you. Always stay up all night. Watch the neon light. Touch your ones that go numb. Heartbeats like a drum. Feed your fantasy. Give yourself to me. Stay in this moment, just hold on, hold on. We got tonight, babe, tomorrow it's gone. You in the moonlight, it's all that I want. It's all that I want, it's all. We can touch the sky, babe, it's a natural high. I know I'm alright when I look into your eyes. Give it to me, funky, funky, give it to me. Give it to me, funky, funky, give it to me. Give it to me, funky, funky, give me that beat, that funky, funky. Give it to me, funky, funky, give me that beat, that funky, funky. Give it to me, funky, funky, give it to me. Give it to me, funky, funky, give it to me, baby. Face towards the stars. Feel my beating heart. All up in my zone. Well, let this go. Touch your ones that go numb. Heartbeats like a drum. Feed your fantasy. Give yourself to me. Stay in this moment. Just hold on, hold on. We got tonight, babe. Tomorrow is gone. You and the moonlight. It's all that I want. It's all that I want. It's all. We can touch the sky, babe. It's a natural high. I know I'm alright when I look into your eyes. Give it to me, funky, funky. Give it to me. Give it to me, funky.
Hey.
It was worse than I thought it would be.
It's so funny. Look, our dance moves, or whatever we do as openings, might not be the only questionable thing here. You guys might be wondering why we're all sitting on the same couch. And it's not just because we absolutely love each other. It's because we have a special... Why'd you laugh at that?
It's just fear. Like fear being involved in it. I just thought about it again.
It's because we have a special guest. That's right. We have Gods joining us.
Yay!
It's the whole crew reunited for the final day. The tiebreakers of 2 or 3 outlaws 2 are together. Here on Beyond the Summit, it is a Talon up against Boom in a best-of-3 tiebreaker. And that game won. Oh my goodness, was it a game and a half to watch?
You forgot to ask Fear the question about...
Oh yeah, sorry. What do you call this dance move?
This one?
Yeah.
Pouring the cup of tea.
It's very British. Yeah. Sheepo was in her element there.
Guys, she poured that cup of tea so good. But this game, let's get back on track. Let's try break it down a little bit because it was a really close game. A lot of back and forth, a lot of team fighting, a lot of pickoffs. We're going to start with the laning phase. I know it was a lot of minutes of game to break down, but let's start with the laning phase, Fear, and definitely talk about how Talon did so well with it.
Well, so they had Doom versus Razor, and I just thought to myself, like, Doom should not do well in this lane, right? But he actually won the safe lane as the Doom against the Razor. Obviously, I wasn't sitting on the camera watching the whole laning stage to know exactly what went wrong here, but I feel like something had to have gone wrong for Marcy Razor to lose versus a Doom. But them winning that lane was huge, and at the same time, an expected result was DP winning versus the Wraith King. That's kind of like a no-brainer there. But I think Talon actually pulling out that win and getting that Doom, that good laning stage, was very impressive. And Mikoto on his Ember Spirit. I normally see Ember Spirits get outplayed pretty hard in the mid lane, or maybe not outplayed, but just like harassed really hard, and then Kunk is like top 1 net worth by far in the game, and Ember's still not have a game, but he did really well mid too versus Yopaj. So just their laning stage overall went incredibly well for Talon.
This clip on screen is the last fight. You know, this game, like I said, there were many minutes to break it down, and we're going to go from the laning phase minutes straight to the end game minutes here, Sheep, with this final fight for Boom, despite them having the Aegis.
I don't understand what they were doing. I'll be real. They don't have buybacks. They're playing in vision of the tower, so they can just get jumped. And why? Why they do it? Why they do it? Like, they just get jumped, Yopaj gets doomed, and that's it. Your life is forfeit. You do not get to cast any of your spells. The doom carries over into the Wraith King reincarnation axe, so he just can't use anything. He had so many refreshers, so many boats that could be used, and none got used, and then they just lost the game. This was such an error in decision making that I guess just comes from late game. I don't know. I don't know. I felt so bad.
Well, guys, as we're flicking through these stats, is there a standout hero on either side that you were impressed with, or even just curious about?
I think for me, I would say for Talon 2 players, I think Mikoto's Ember, obviously, you know, this, I think Fear said during the game, is like the Ember's the real carry in so many ways. Like, it was a 4-6 or 4-8 Doom. At the same time, like, Doom, gunning all those Dooms off was huge. Like, honestly, Savage played really well. But the other big player I think to highlight is this man, Hyde, with the Bane support. You know, he made a lot of clutch plays, just getting some good grips off, nightmare saves. I was a big fan of Hyde this game.
Hell yeah, given some support, love. But back to you, Sheep, as you are a massive Boom fan. I know that you're analyzing their every move this game. So what else went wrong from them except for that high ground push? Or different?
What went wrong for them?
Or different. I did say or different.
Or different. I mean, okay, so they didn't really play to the strengths that we know them about. Like, we hyped them up. They said themselves, yeah, we're going back to our old aggressive play style. That's why we've seen all the rises in the Mars and the Embers and stuff. And they just kind of don't do that. FBZ's not on a playmaking hero. I think he looked kind of weak on his Razor this game. Like Fear said, he lost against Doom. Should have been a pretty easy lane. Didn't go that way. They aren't bringing the supports to mid to gank for Yopaj. Instead, Yopaj is making a lot of moves to side lanes, which is fine. Like, they're still being active and making moves, but it's very much not the strength of them that we've seen. It felt like
they were still experimenting again.
It didn't feel like experimenting. It felt like at the beginning of this series, Fear said, if they can draft well to push Boom off their comfort, then this game will be easy for them. And it did feel like they did that with their draft. They take the Ember away, but they pick the DP to dissuade the Ember in the first phase. They ban out the Mars and the Pango. Like, they did a really good job.
Yeah. I know production's in my ear. They want me to throw to break, but I'm not going to do it just yet because I quickly want to give Fia the time to talk about Doom carry. If you can sum it up very quickly.
It was good.
I'm really going to say. Production.
I mean, it won
Why
its
is it good?
lane.
Why is it good?
It got like a lot of these late game Dooms who talk about Yopaj not getting any spells off.
Yep.
No other hero can do that to you. Like, if you get the right initiation in the game, he's a late game beast. And if you Doom any core at any point, they even forced them to pick Wraith King, which is a terrible Dota hero. So that's just a win right there already.
Well, it looked like there was a lot that went in favor of a Talon. Hopefully, Boom can fight back in game 2 after this break. Is there anything else you want to talk about when we come back?
Looking at the wide shot, this was built.
If I change, if I change, please come back. If I change, please come back. If I change my ways, if I change my ways, please come back. If I change my ways, please come back. If I change.
Hi, it's Jabagon. Hi, this is Savius. You're watching CDPC on Beyond the Summit.
Hi, this is Armel.
Hi, I'm Mizu, and you're watching CDPC by Beyond the Summit.
It is the final day of SEA DPC Tour 3, and so it is the final day that I get to give our special partners some shout-outs. The first one being 188bet. They are the official betting partner of SEA DPC Summit Tour. You guys can head over to bts.gg/188bet to find out some more information. And our second partner is Mate. They're caffeine reimagined for more day, more night. They're offering 30% off with the code BTS at Dota. You can also head over to bts.gg/MateMate for more information. All our sponsors belong in this corner if you ever want to keep some eyes out over there. But let's quickly jump back into this series. Boom, Talon. I know the draft is popping up, but there was a little bit else we wanted to talk about on the breakdown of game 1 for you. And for you, it was the items and sort of the impact team fights that these items had as it went so late.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, I can go on a rant about Refresh Orb.
Let's do it. Come on.
How about we restrict it to 3 sentences each?
That's not a rant.
You're going to have my 3 sentences.
Okay, you get 6 and you get 3.
I'm going to go way past that, but I'm going to start anyway. Refresh Orb. This item is like the new Necro book of the late game. It is completely broken, and it ruins Dota in the late game. Like this, the reason why, like, I think Boom, even though they didn't have a carry, are winning these late game fights is because of this item, Refresh Orb. This Ember gets like 1 million spirits with his shard, uses them all, refreshes, he gets another 1 million, 2 BKBs on top of it, 2 Dooms. Like, this item is just insane. It's absolutely broken, and it's like it controls the tempo of like late game Dota right now. Whoever has more Refresh Orbs and can benefit from them is just going to be better. If you have a Faceless Void in the game, for example, you have a Fresh Orb, you win. You just instantly win the late game. You see the Faceless Void is banned because Talon plays it a lot. I'm not saying Void is an OP hero, but if you do get to that stage where you can get Refresher, it is completely broken. So if it does go another 60-minute game, we got Enigma. If he's going to get a Refresh Orb. Whoever benefits from this item the most, I just want the item nerfed, honestly, because it's just too good.
All right, nice.
Was that 6 sentences?
It was more.
That was messed up. But do you know what we call Refresher Orb? We call that hype. We love hype.
Necrobook was hype too.
No, it wasn't. It was not hype at all.
They would just run around and kill
Refresher
supports.
is sick. 2 black holes is like the most exciting thing that you could possibly do in an arena full of fans.
But it's 2 BKBs hype.
That's not hype, but that's not. Who cares?
Can't refresh BKB. Let's go.
Yeah, that honestly, I'd actually be okay with that.
But it also makes it like get to the point where all late game Dota is just waiting for your Refresh Orb to come off cooldown. So it makes it very passive, and it's kind of why we get these 65-minute games, because people are just waiting around for cooldowns, take a fight. It's an epic fight, right? Lots of buybacks. Then we just wait another, 3 minutes.
It's like, here's 2 minutes of amazingness, but you have to wait another 10 for it.
It's true.
Well, do you want to talk about one last thing from game 1?
Yes,
Sheep?
I do.
Okay, because I know for you there was more than just the items that were pretty impactful with how they were playing.
Yeah, it was warding. It was nice. Like the Radiant Triangle was played around a lot by both teams. Like Talon got some of their best fights back into the game by playing around that cliff ward on the Triangle South. And then Boom also managed to get some amazing fights there too, because they warded both the cliffs on the south and north of the Radiant Triangle. And when Talon went up there and he warded the first one, they thought they were safe, and then Boom got a really good initiation onto them. And they just kind of... There was just a rinse and repeat cycle of each team taking that high ground area, warding it up, and playing around it, and we got some really good plays off the back of it. That's all, guys.
I love it. There was so much to talk about in game 1, so glad we could cover at least the most important things that you guys wanted to share with us all. But game 2, draft. We are now in the second phase, so I'll let you guys go ham on the analysis.
This is such a fun and cool draft with such unique, innovative heroes. I can't wait for Talon to pick Razor here.
Wow,
oh my golly.
Holy heckers. Tiny.
This is insane.
Words.
Zeus.
We're just going to say words.
Yeah.
Heroes, Dota.
This is Dota 2. Razor 2.
No, I think Talon right now, like you'll see Razor is actually not even picked this game by either team. I also Visage is not picked with the Marcy, but this is like more C flavor. I think they really love this Enigma Marcy lane, which to be fair is a really strong lane. You just let the Eidolons split. As soon as they split, Marcy just whistles on in there, rebounds into the middle of the Eidolons, and you die. It is extremely strong lane. So I do like that opening a lot. From Boom Esports, they got Wyvern versus Enigma. Tiny, because I love watching Tiny every single game in every region. This hero is picked. Probably has the highest picked hero.
Yeah, but everything else is pretty standard, but Makoto's Lina come back out.
It could be a 23 Savage Lina. What do you mean?
That was one game we did see safe lane Lina.
They'll probably
snap, right?
They'll probably throw Lina mid though.
Yeah. Unless they like TA or something, or give like Lina a really bad matchup mid, but I don't think Kunkka can Can change it up.
It's I know the last time Boom and Talon played, I think it was game 1. They picked Yopaj Tusk mid and they played it into Lina, and it was terrible. It's really bad. Melee heroes obviously suffer against her, so I'm assuming this is what they want their mid matchup to be.
Yeah. I mean, you can see Yopaj, he's chilling. He's not saying a word. His mid hero is already picked.
Oh my gosh, guys. We have a Tim's Morana with a Yopaj Kunkka. How hype is that?
So hype.
It'll only be hype if FBZ plays a hero that can get sacked, so he can actually rotate there.
Yeah, what's FBZ here?
I don't
Sanking?
know. They'll ban out. They've banned out already a lot of his heroes. So
FBZ Kunkka?
FBZ Kunkka. I hope they.
No, I want the Kunkka to go mid because like what they did before that was really good. It was Ember Morana, but it was versus a Coddle, right? But against this Lina too, you just get an X on her and to arrow, and you punish the strength of this Lina being a bully in lane for her weakness of just being a very squishy hero, and she'll die every time to that combination. Which means FBZ needs to be on a hero that does not need a lot of farm priority, and they're okay with the Morana leaving the lane constantly. Like not like the Razor that has to be. It's a carry off lane, right? And I think FBZ as a general, as an offlaner, his strength is the fact that he likes to be a little sacked and just be that stun for the game.
Yeah. I think it's a really good point because generally you do see Tim's, like, the talk with Boom is always Tim's rotating mid for runes, giving Yopaj the best game possible. And yeah, like you say, FBZ just not playing the offlane carries that other regions like to go for.
I just don't know what hero fits that because you think firstly of Timbersaw usually, right? But I don't know how much I like Timber into Enigma, Lina, Snapfire already. And
I don't like Timber though. I think that is an offlane carry kind of.
Yeah.
Like I would rather him be on like the Blink Stun or like
same. I would like him on a
Sanking has a rough lane, but I don't mind the Sanking here.
That's my problem, right? I would like to see Sanking. However, Sanking people consider him to be pretty nerfed and not very good, and also he's not going to be able to lane alone at all.
Yeah.
And they do have last overall pick, so they do get to see the carry.
The Clockwork Ban was smart, I think. Because we've seen FBZ play that.
Yeah.
The question is, will Boom do carry Tiny? I guess it's good versus Enigma, it's fine. So, I assume Tiny might be a carry here. Does FBZ play they go offlane?
Tiny? Yeah.
Do you think they would play offlane Tiny?
I don't think so.
I guess the other option is offlane Kunkka with like a mid Tiny, but I don't think you want mid Tiny into Lina. Like you've already got the Kunkka, that does fine.
Yeah.
Another FBZ hero that I know he plays it and could work well is like some Dragonite in the offlane.
Team ban.
You can leave that hero alone. It's fine as long as you just pull away for it.
They ban Razor, guys. Did you ever bring up your stats? It's very important.
Did not. I was gonna maybe leave it to the next game if there is one or the end of the series.
Okay.
But we can talk about it.
No, we'll leave it as a special surprise. Viewers, stay tuned for next game draft.
We've got Razor
what if
stats.
they lose?
I'm sure they're going to be so hyped to
That's why I was like, maybe
stick around
end
for
of.
Razor stats.
Yeah, Razor. Oh,
no.
my God, nothing gets people going more than Razor stats.
Oh,
We'll talk about it for Eastern Europe too,
That's true.
Doesn't have to happen now. Stick around for Eastern Europe.
This is insane amounts of kill potential, by the way. Jug, Snap, like they need to be really careful with the hero they pick right now.
10 seconds remaining.
It's hard because like you want to punish this Jug.
5
But
seconds
do you really want to play? I mean, there's Slardar in the pool. Yes, no.
They
yes,
should pick
there's Slardar.
Tusk off lane, guys. Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they want to win the lane, Slardar looks great, honestly. But
You're a little bit of a.
Will they win the lane?
Faith restored in Slaughter, right? After seeing it.
A little bit, but I liked it with Io. I don't know how much I like it solo.
Okay.
You have a Mirana, but the crush is not long enough to land the arrow. And
you have to bash then crush and just mainly give Slaughter lane. So like it kind of contradicts what I wanted them to do though. So I kind of want to see FBC sacked, but like you don't want your last pick to get sacked. That doesn't make a lot of sense. But I still want them to do it, I think. So maybe don't go for the Slaughter if they want to win, of course, right? Because FBC to me, it's just like, especially even after that Razor game, he doesn't seem like he has the mentality to play these carry off lanes. Like, he's a beast when he plays Pango and Mars and he gets an early blink and his tempo control is just really good and I think what Boom needs. But he's probably thinking to himself, I'm last pick, I see my matchup, maybe I should pick something that punishes this.
Okay. Oh, I was waiting for gods to chime in there and be like, yeah, you've sold me, Fio.
There we go. FBZ's being sacked.
Oh.
They last pick a carry. I assume it's a carry.
Nah, that's gonna be offlane. Come on.
That's just a bad pick, I think.
Okay. Oh, it's mid tiny.
All right, well, we'll come back.
We'll
come back to us on the panel after all the players have picked their hero. But for now, we're going to bring in the two other special men in the Dota scene, and it's I don't know where I was going with that. I was trying to hype them up. Special. God, they're so special to us. We just love them here on the summit. It's Mike and John. Wow, if you guys didn't know they're going to be casters again for game 2. John, you can start impart some knowledge on these analysts here.
I mean, I feel like I prefer Talon's draft. I think Boom has a good answer. And with this kind of draft from Boom, they're going to have to play aggressive, right? You guys talked about it. You've got the X arrow combo. We have to see Boom shine in that. They've got great answers for the black hole down the line with Skem. So they've got their bases covered, but we have to see them kind of hit the floor running here.
Mm-hmm. I have never seen Jackie play +1 Bloodseeker before, so I'm very concerned here for Boom Esports. And I think the hero is complete trash anyway, even if he does play it. So I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards Talon's draft. I'll be frank. I do not believe in this Bloodseeker at all.
Oh, okay. Well, they're both in for Talon. You got your prediction right last time, right, Mike?
No. It was wrong.
Yes, I did. Of course,
he was wrong.
I don't actually remember.
We were
all right with him.
Okay, I don't actually remember, so I'm just going to say it didn't count. It didn't count because I don't remember, and that's the rules. I don't make them. They're just the rules. The question before...
Right. Wait, here's the logic. I bet for Boom, right?
Yes.
Would I ever bet against Boom? And I agreed with Mike, therefore he has to have been with Boom.
Oh, you're so true. Still don't remember it though.
Okay.
I believe you 100%. The question though is not going to be who's going to win game 2.
Okay.
It is who's going to get more refresher orbs.
Boom.
Yep.
I mean, definitely Boom.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Wow, we're all in Boom.
Some smart people.
I mean, I don't
Boom
know.
are going to win.
This isn't a good refresher.
Whoever buys
game,
more
to be honest.
refreshers wins, and if Boom's buying more refreshers.
Well, game 2, we're jumping into it. Mike, John, same question. Which team is going to get more refresher orbs?
Before that, Jonathan, I'd like to say if any of the bosses at BTS are listening, let's just get a new contract for Nat for next year already. I like her hosting a lot. I think she's the best panelist by far. We'll get Nat a new contract right now. Double her pay as well. Just double everything. Still, refresh orbs, Jonathan? I'm going to say 2. 2.
I'd say Boom will have more overall. I don't think Talon's going to be gunning for much outside of Enigma refresh. So probably not as much in anyone else. Speaking of Talon's lineup, they are going with a KP offlane Marcy. We were talking about that a little bit, right? Like you said you weren't a big fan of the KP Enigma here, Mike. We've seen the KP Marcy before when Marcy was just added in. You feeling more confident this one? Because I recall the last time we saw KP play offlane Marcy, it didn't look so hot.
Yeah. It was questionable to say the least. I mean, the Pulse 3 Marcy is always one of those things that I think it's KP and Zhao Yu in particular that like to run this Pulse 3 Marcy, and I dare say we've seen it lose a lot more than we've seen it win as well. So I'm kind of on the same boat as you. Whether this Pulse 3 Marcy is going to do much this game, we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's for sure. By the way, John, I'm very surprised they're letting you cast, considering you are a streamer for Talon, by the way. The bias is very, very apparent. Shout out to everyone that was spamming that in chat earlier. The mods could not stop us all. They kept threatening us, John, but they can't ban all of us. And eventually,
I had a good time with that one.
If we spam that enough, I'm not sure who the original poster was, John, but if we spam that enough, maybe we can get a cast that's not so biased. Imagine that.
Absolutely. It's not like I switched into the Boom shirt. It's not like I'm good friends with everyone here. No, definitely all in Talon every single time. Especially in that last draft. I saw that pause 1 Doom. I knew we were in. Talon had it 100%. There were no issues with scaling. Savage was on point with every Doom. He didn't miss a single one. Even if there were a couple links, it didn't matter. All the confidence there. Full bias here, Mike.
Absolutely.
It's in my name.
It is in your name, Jonathan. Quick pause out, but we are going to have a go-in ready here from 23 Savage. In we go to game number 2. John, these drafts, I mean, you kind of did lean towards Talon. I also lean towards Talon, though. To be fair, as much as I like to trash the POS 1 Bloodseeker, we have seen it work a lot, especially with RSG. My main issue is that I can't remember seeing Jackie play this POS as POS 1. That's
well,
my
Mike, you gotta look all the way back to Motivate Trust. You know, all the way back then, he was playing a lot of +1 Bloodseeker every now and again. So it's something he is comfy on, and think he should be able to perform. Although
it's gonna be fine. Skem gonna cop a fair bit of damage here. In fact, KP, he can keep chasing. Pretty nice movement speed, but Jackie's gonna be there to back up Skem just in case. You really brought me back some memories there, John, with the Motivate Trust reference. Oh, the good old days. Those were some good old days. It's kind of cool to see how far the players have come, right? Like Jackie gets part of Boom. You've got Q and Talon as well. You know, I still feel like the other players in Motivate should easily be in some Div 1 teams as well, but they've gone a little bit quiet as of late. Hopefully they pop up soon, but those were some good old days, Motivate Trust.
definitely were, Mike. Still, we've got to see how well Jackie and Q can play off against each other once more in the lane. Q is playing that Enigma. KP's on the Marcy this time around. Skem's on his Winter Wyvern, and Jackie is on that Bloodseeker we were just mentioning. I think the key timing, outside of laning, this should be rather even in farm. You're dealing with just demonic conversion from Q. There might be some cheeky rebound plays you could do with, say, the Eidolons down the line. You can position them really far and give KP an interesting angle to jump in, but the kill threat doesn't feel massive. It does feel like Jackie should be able to find farm. I think the key timing for Jackie is going to be, typical Maelstrom. Down the line, his scaling with shards is massive. So I think you can't just discount the Bloodseeker. It can be a big beast once it gets a couple of items in. Maelstrom and Basher with BKB is really the big one. Into shards, you're kind of set to scale into the late game there. So I think you still have a lot to show on that Bloodseeker down the line.
Absolutely. Of course, in the mid lane, your Paj and Makoto are going to be going at it. Of course, last game around, Makoto actually ends up finding a solo kill in your Paj, and we didn't get to see quite how it happened, but see if he can have a bit of a repeat performance here in the mid lane as Makoto really carrying them through last game around. And against the Idol, it's never easy, but the mid matchup is not so easy for your Paj right now. You're playing mid Tiny against mid laner. With the hero like Tiny with 0 base armor, it's never going to be fun trying to go up against the laner. And as you can see, Makoto always going to be around just abusing Yopaj here, getting as much damage out as possible. I'll see how the Tiny gets through this mid lane, but it certainly is not going to be that easy.
No, it's a pretty tough lane. Trying to be aggressive up top as well, but that mid matchup should definitely favor Makoto. And he even manages to get a D-ward on the high ground. So feeling great on that mid Lina up top. Again, we've got Tims on his special Marani. You love to call him the Filipino sniper here, Mike. Let's see if he'll line up his shots. Does get the deny on the Obs Warrant, so feeling good here. Hyde, of course, on the snap, along with Sag on the jug. They do have some cheeky cookie plays they can do here. Cookie on top of FPZ, nice kill to line up. But FPZ is fairly tanky. Already has the one bracer up, going for the second. Not going to be easy to kill off, but Hyde finds an angle to the back to trade with Tims.
Hyde, has he gone too far? The torrent's not going to land. Very nice juke to the left side by Hyde. See Hyde, ex-teammates with FBZ, John, able to understand how the mind of the CEO works and does avoid the torrent.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, right? Like, so many ex-teammates playing against each other. Like, you've got 2 Boom members on Talon, right? Hyde and Makoto were around for, like, literally years. I believe 2-3 years on that stack before, along with Kezgoot and, of course, Mr. Dreamweaver. So they understand each other in and out. I talked to the players about it. It doesn't feel like that's a major factor, right? You grow as a team with the distance apart, playstyles change, people change, so not as much insight to take, but...
Mid lane, Dragon Slave's going to connect, but he barely survives. Salve up here from the Tiny. Skem's going to rotate, trying to harass down Makoto, but they don't have another way of slowing him down. Skem actually went for a first point in Cold Embrace at level 2, so it doesn't have the Splinter Blast, and that's a very interesting build up there from Skem, going for that level 2 Cold Embrace, but I suppose maybe just required it during the laning stage. Still makes it very hard to rotate to try and find a gank here onto Makoto.
Yeah, and then Makoto's pretty happy with the resources being expended, frees up the bot lane a little bit more for KP to just find some farm. He's not being cut off from any runes just yet. He does lose out in the water rune, but you're still feeling fine. You've got the stick on hand, the full wand on hand at the very least to try and get some regen going your way. And it's a very static game so far, Mike. Some movements here and there, but so far, 4.5 minutes in, just kind of farming up. We already have Q jungling, though, so he is leaving KP solo down bot, not impacting the Marcy too badly, and they're not being punished. Q is just finding farm and solo EXP in that jungle.
I mean, absolutely. Like, KP, I'm sure he enjoys his solo XP, right? Because you've almost got like a secondary pos too here on the Marcy if you can get this solo XP in the bot lane. And he has decent ways of staying within the lane as well. Like, you've got Sidekick available. You can kind of give him a bit of a reset if he has a full creep wave. And yeah, let the Enigma farm. This is what Talon want to do. And if they can afford to be greedy, just why the hell not?
Yeah, again, we talked about Boom having to be aggressive. The panel pointed out you want something that can be left alone, so you can play with that Mirana combination, which unfortunately is stuck in the top lane with FBZ. So even having this off-laner that you can leave alone in the Kunkka, you don't have the setup for Tims to kind of go for the arrows, unless you can maybe line up for the Avalanche on Yopaj, but Mikado's been very distant, just playing the distance game really well. And again, they're just kind of farming up on both sides. It does feel like Boom's getting a little bit more. You're seeing them with a slight net worth lead. Yopaj has managed to find a lot of room now on his Tiny to grow. Does manage to overtake at least in the CS. But side of Talon don't seem too upset. Again, they're a team that's maybe known for being a little bit more patient, looking towards that late game a little bit more often than other teams. So considering that, I think they're fine.
A very calm game so far. Mid lane, Skem does show up to try and get that DD rune snipe, but Hyde does actually end up taking it on the Snapfire, so not able to give it over to Makoto, but does at least grab it for himself, and will actually run right back into Skem here, so might be able to get a bit of damage off with that double damage available. In fact, has a cookie in one if he can reach, but he believes he's out of range for that, so won't bother. Still no first blood being drawn quite yet, and you kind of ask yourself how this kind of quiet game, who it really favors. A Savage top lane, as I say, it ends up going down. FBZ and Tim's able to secure the kill with the X-Arrow combination. That's a big first blood to secure.
Yeah, Savage doesn't spin. He had mana. It was off cooldown. Doesn't maybe expect the Mirana to be around with the arrow, and Boom does manage to get the game going their way. They start to scout out Q farming in the jungle as well, disrupting that Enigma's greedier style. And this is what we needed to see from Boom. It's still not the quickest start in the world, but it's ramping up to it. Just get that aggression going with Tim, start playing with the X setup, and just be aggressive.
So only 1-0, 7 minutes in now. Just trying to find out exactly who's building what, but Makoto at the very least has already queued up a BKB on that laner. It's wanting it against the mid-tiny, which makes enough sense, right? Because once Yopaj has the blink up, the Avalanche toss, we understand how much damage that combination does deal, and Makoto just not messing around on this game. Wants the BKB immediately. Obviously very effective against the Kunkka and Mirana as well. And doesn't really require too much damage on the laner to get the game started, right? Like, you are looking to try and farm into the later stage of the game as well as Makoto. So just having that defensive kind of capability to allow you to run this greedier draft and just make it work. It's quite nice here for Makoto, as they are going to find Skem trying to fight over this 8-minute power rune timing, but it is going to be up top, so Yopaj does get a little bit lucky on that mid-tiny as he's able to run up and secure it for himself. But again, I wonder what kind of impact Yopaj does have in this mid-tiny now, considering how fast the BKB should be coming up.
He still has a pretty good window. I think even if you don't catch out the Lina, you're going to be able to punish that Enigma, who's not going to have too much farm. It's still a support in the jungle.
Omni was committed. Tim's leaps away from it. Now Savage maybe going too far for this. He'll spin for it, and he will just TP right out. Very confident play from Savage. Just abusing the phase boots movement speed to secure their kill onto Tim's, and even bot lane. Jackie, he's been caught out. KP right on top. They do get the rupture though on Yopaj. Nice rotation. Does save the day for the Bloodseeker. KP maybe getting a little bit too excited there on the Marcy once he hit level 6.
Radiant are scaling.
Yeah, not quite respecting the TP potential out from Boom, and Hyde doesn't have a little shredder to amp up the damage with that minus armor, and no.
Hyde, maybe a little bit too early on the high 5, but no, he'll cookie down to the low ground. Tim's, arrow, not going to be on the mark. Can't chase either, as you did have Makoto around the corner necessary if he was going to try and go in, and Makoto's going to be just fine. Everyone else going to be just fine as Boom looking for their third kill. Won't find anything quite yet. And well, Talon again, John, I think they're more than happy to play a slow game as they do run right into FBZ, popping the Laguna, and FBZ, he's just not that tanky when you're surrounded by 3 heroes, and he just immediately ends up dropping.
And that's a pretty big kill for Talon to find. FBZ is highest net worth on the map, so that's an important kill for them to hand over onto Talon, or for Talon to find. That does, again, ramp up that BKB time we're looking for here from Mikado. Even KP is going to be happy enough to get his own, I believe, full Soul Ring out. So he's going to have more mana to play with. They are giving so much room out from Boom's end. Like, Jackie's just had a completely free bot lane now. Maelstrom almost done. The Bloodseeker's going to hit those early spikes we talked about here, Mike, and if you don't watch out, this here is a beast. You've got the shard scaling, you've got the Basher, BKB is going to be huge, the Rupture to kind of stop the Marcy from chasing you down is always going to be annoying for KP as well. And they're just kind of allowing it to happen. Again, we always talk about Jackie finding that farm. This is an excellent start for him on the Bloodseeker.
The Bloodseeker is one of those pos ones that I think I have a legitimate bias against, John. Like, no matter how good this hero is, I'll always call it trash. I just hate Bloodseeker. Like, it's not like Tinker or Arc Warden where I actually hate them, but I just don't like Bloodseeker. It just goes all the way back to Dota All-Stars, right? With that really terrible model that Bloodseeker had, if you remember. But it had a nice sound to it when you right-click people back in those days, and now, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the hero, John. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I like it. You know, I did enjoy Dota 1 Bloodseeker. I love the model. Yeah. And I think it's still fine right now. You know, again, it scales pretty well. I mean, it's just not... It's not the most straightforward here to think about in scaling. I think that's why it still has weaknesses you can overcome before those item timings come out. It's fairly easy to just TP out, as we've always seen be the issue with Bloodseeker when he's trying to chase someone down in low HP. Especially in this case because Savage has innate spell immunity, so he doesn't care for too much here from Boom's end. Boom, though, gonna go for a smoke play. Yopunch does have his full blink up, so this is the moment when Boom can get really aggressive. They've even got level 6 on Skem. Could force some big team fights here.
Oh, KP gonna run right into Tim's. The X is gonna be there. It's a very aggressive jump in from the Marcy right behind the bottom tier 1 tower. You know, John, this is partially why I don't like Pos 3 Marcy, because you just get so confident once you have Unleash available. You just want to try and find kills on your own, which you can do. Problem is, you end up going too deep like that. And now Skem, he's going rather deep himself onto Hyde. But he has found the Snapfire. Problem is, he won't be able to lock him down. And Yopaj, even with the blink up, cannot close the gap. So Hyde's going to be just fine.
Yeah. They're still finding that aggression out from Boom, though. It's not in the big targets they'd want, but they're keeping KP severely down. This Marcy's bottom network core, barely above Q, who's been jungling this entire time. And that, again, that's something that we've seen Talon kind of flounder at when they've run that offlane Marcy. It just doesn't feel like KP manages to find that item timing. He is still working towards that blink here, though, Mike. But even then, with this kind of Marcy play, you'd want Blink and BKB. It's going to take a lot of farm, and considering this farm split up from Talon, you're also building up in the Enigma. Someone's got to give, and it looks like Talon's more than happy to sacrifice KP, but again, that just throws the Marcy's timings off. In comparison, FBZ still up there in farm. Another smoke out from Boom. They really do want to play with that Blink, and it's important for them to start finding those kills with that item.
Well, they saw Savage mid lane, but he's already gone through the creep wave, so Boom instead will try to go to the Dire Triangle, but nobody's there. Maybe just assuming they'd find Makoto on the mid laner. He is in the Dire jungle instead, sharing the farm with Savage at the moment. Not really something you'd expect, but they are just more than happy to share that farm between the Pos 1 and 2. And Savage, he backed off at the perfect moment. He'll return into the mid lane now. Meanwhile, Boom, they have headed down bot to try and catch KP once again on the Marcy. They will start with a Splinter Blast, but KP now realizing something isn't right, tries to back off, but Yopaj right on target with the Avalanche Toss into the arrow. That'll be another death for the Pod 3 Marcy. Hyde is unable to help out whatsoever on the Snapfire.
Yeah, it does start to beg the question, is this really the hero you want to keep down? Because the gold is still slowly but surely trickling in for that blink on KP, and Q is just farming. Like, he's going to have a very, very early raid pack coming out, mitigating a lot of that burst that Boom will want to play with. The BKB from Mikado's nearly done, and Savage is also almost at the point with Maelstrom where he can start to equalize with Jackie, who has had a fairly free time as well, considering all the space he's been given out. But Talon they're still managing to work that out. It's a very conscious choice to sacrifice. Q does manage to back off from Jackie chasing up here. You still worry about the Blood, and you still worry about this Tiny just going into the Echo Saber time. Early BKB as well for FBZ. Boom has much more to play with at this point in the game, and Talon still has to keep this stall game out for the greedy draft.
I can appreciate what Skem's doing here on the Wyvern, John, just kind of following Savage around and not allowing him to just farm in peace. Even taking the large Centaur away from Savage there, just being very annoying against the Jug. And plus Juggernaut, not one of the real fastest farmers in the world. Still doesn't have his Maelstrom up either, but we'll have it up very soon. It's in Boom's best interest to try and slow down Savage as much as possible and just keep letting Jackie farm out of control. And that's exactly what Jackie's doing right now. Still about 1k ahead of Savage, and he's going to be working on towards the BKB after the Maelstrom's picked up, and well, naturally he does already have it. And once you have the BKB, you are free to start joining these team fights as this Bloodseeker. Start getting involved with your team. Definitely not one of the heroes you imagined just to sit back and farm. Is now bot lane Tim's. Very deep. Cookie's going to land. Dust is out, but leap towards the left side as now Yopaj just rotating into the curse. Hold down Makoto. Make sure they get the kill, and they will. In fact, an arrow landing on Hyde. Oh, there's a sniper in the house, John. Landed perfectly and completely blind from Tim's. They'll find a secondary target, and it's on to the bottom tier 1 tower for Boom.
Those are definitely kills they need. Slow down the Lina, prevent that BKB time from coming out too soon, start to snowball off the back of the fact that Jackie can just play early. It's a Bloodseeker with Maelstrom into a BKB. You don't have too much to worry about here for Jackie. Just rip through that bot tower and start to open up the triangle.
Savage, do you want to Omni? He's got a leap charge on Tim, so he won't yet as Yopaj. Gonna go for the Avalanche, but a quick spin TP away from Savage. Just no playing around. Oh, wait a minute. He's cancelled it off. He'll go for the Omni. This is really rough for Savage. He's gonna try to make a run for it. Does he actually get out of this? Yopaj on the chase with the Avalanche toss. Where was he TPing to? And why was it so long?
That was way too long. Maybe he was trying to TP to a lane just to farm. Maybe working on to Bond. Yeah,
I believe it was the bot T2, John.
Yeah, they were all TPing in there from Talon Center to regroup, so...
Oh, Makoto!
Let's get that opening and more.
Sorry to interrupt again, John. Makoto. He's going to get taken out. Nice. Oh, Japoi, he's on fire now. 2-0-4 on the Tiny, but finding both pos 1 and 2 in the last 30 seconds. That is really detrimental here to Talon.
Yeah, and the greedy draft of Talon right now just isn't paying off in the way they'd want it to. They expended Black Hole trying to go for a play, didn't manage to find anything. They have the rate packed up in Q, so the investment on the Enigma is technically online, but it just doesn't feel like it's big enough. The BKB on Mikado is great, but without the travels, he can't gap close as well, can't work lanes as well. And Boom just has everything. They've got a Tiny with Blink that's going for kills, Echo Saber almost done. They've got a Kunkka with BKB at 17.5 minutes in, and a Bloodseeker is also going to have Maelstrom BKB at around the same time, pushing for the mid. Talon has nothing to play with. No Omni, no Black Hole.
They go. They've got the Kunkka. FBZ still going to have his BKB available. Does move in onto KP with the X into the boat, but the rebound and Cookie was there. So KP, very nice timing on that rebound, is going to be just fine, as now they'll spot out the Tiny, but Yopaj, he's fine to back his way out with the Blink. And again, Talon, they are still running a greedier style of draft, so it's back to the farming game for them. They've got to try and bide their time. So I think Talon will realize how powerful Boom are right now, and so you just don't want to fight against the real power spike that's going on here with Boom.
Just feels really dangerous for Talon. If this game continues to be super passive while Boom's finding this aggression, it doesn't feel like this kind of greedy draft just bounces back. I think Boom has a really clear angle, just constantly undergoing again with Yopaj here.
Yeah, Yopaj, he sees a free kill down at bot lane. Toss up, arrow, not going to land though, the range creep. It did not go down, so the rebound was there, as now Hyde. They'll at least find a Snapfire, but a real shame there that range creep ends up surviving. I think Yopaj was secretly hoping the toss would kill it off, but it wasn't within range.
Yeah, and Talon manages to sacrifice his support. Still, Boom keeps going. They don't have long cooldowns to wait for.
Well, they found the Enigma now. Nice arrow to follow up with the Avalanche toss, and that'll be another kill for the Tiny. And now mid lane, Boom Esports again feeling very powerful. Might move right in. They even have the BKB of Jackie coming in on the courier now. That's going to be a very scary team fight for Talon to try and take. They won't even bother trying.
Yeah, they've got to just farm. And Talon has no team fight. Talon has no tools on hand to kind of play off the back of, and Boom understands that. They just keep running down. Again, no big ults. Rupture is great, but not even necessary. Neither is the Winter's Curse here to go up against Talon. 4K lead for Boom very early on. They've got really good map control on hand. They have great aggressive wards. Talon, they need to find a way to stall this game. I don't know how. It feels like it's almost nearly impossible to kind of look for the angle to stall as long as Boom plays around his tempo. And what are you going to do about FBZ popping his BKB on? He's only used it one time so far. Jackie has his. The Bloodseeker is going to run around working onto that Basher here, Mike. You don't have much to stop that, at least not at the current state of the game for Talon.
I mean, the thing is, right, with Jackie, like, I doubted the Bloodseeker pick, but I can't doubt the fact that he farms so damn fast. And this man, no matter what you give him, he finds a way to hit creeps and just do it faster than the enemy heroes every single time. There's now Boom. Into the Roshan pit they go. Aegis, of course, is up. First Roshan of the game. And Talon, they just can't afford to try and fight. They have to let this one go down for free. They've got no information around the Roshan pit. And even if they did, John, I just don't think they can force a fight. Not right now.
No, they have no angle. They have Black Hole, but no Blink and Q, no BKB. Not very easy for him to find that angle. And they're just forced to surrender the objectives. As we've seen, they give up their tier 1s. They're dropping kills one by one as long as it's not a huge clump up. They're just making sacrifices to try and stall. Right. Boom, though, doesn't feel like they're going to wait here.
Nah, Yopaj, she'll find the Snapfire once again. Mega kill streak now for him, finding his 5th kill of the game. And they really just don't need to slow down. Like, you might look to get a bit of a reset here on Jackie, but he could just always heal up with the Blood Rage, and eventually you just keep moving. Top lane, they'll see KP here on the Marcy. FBZ might try to set up, but he is kind of all alone right now, so KP probably would have been just fine. They are sticking around, however, protecting the siege creep, so they might try to apply pressure onto that tier 2 top tower, and that they will. FBZ will get started. Those KP does show himself, but now the Rupture into the Blood Rite is going to hold him down. KP, where do you go from here? He'll keep running, but eventually will die. He will just bleed out to the Rupture of Jackie. And that tier 2 top tower, there's just no defending it right now for Talon.
They just have no fight. Right? Like their team fight isn't there. They need that BKB on Q. They need a lot more farm out on Mikoto. They need a lot more farm onto Savage as well. With a 6k deficit to play up against Boom, and Boom just has complete control of the map. They can run wherever they want. They can look for these pickoffs. They can keep building up. Yopaj is about to get into the BKB next, just really lacking the recipe gold, and that's about it. And for Talon, I just don't see any itemization that helps him out here. Sanj and Yash is up on Savage. That's nice. You have more stats, a little bit of stat resist as well, though.
Alright, he's going to cop it. The sniper found him once again, John. Yopaj, he'll move in and take care of it, though. KP, nice disposed to get started. They also have Black Hole, though. Q won't throw it out yet. Ooh. They've got Yopaj. That's a great pickup here for Talon. As KP sets up and wants a bit more. In he goes with the Moonlight Shadow. It's going to make it rather hard to fight here. As Boom Esports, they'll back off, but KP, he'll go back in, finding Jackie on the Bloodseeker. In with the Mortimer's Kisses now, but Jackie, he does have BKB, he does have Aegis up. In fact, now they have Q trapped up in a torrent, but he's going to be just fine to back himself out. So Talon, they'll find the mid-tiny, they'll get the kill streak off him, and that'll be enough for them. They'll be happy.
That is a pretty big kill, all things considered. Yopaj was worth 590 plus 357 on the AoE, so that kind of keeps him in the game, but I don't think Boom's too upset about that. They just reset. They've got the blink up and scam, so they can look for some clean angles on the Winter's Curse now. And Talon is still kind of playing on the back foot. They use Laguna there. They use the Kisses. At the least, the Kisses means you don't have that long-range reach. You don't have that combination with a Black Hole that you'd want to pull off here. And for Boom, again, no long cooldowns. They just run back into the triangle, take control, shove in a tier 2 with Jackie, force out the early Fortify. This could line up for a high ground push if they see the opportunity with no defense coming out from Talon. And Talon just go back into the jungle. They find a big kill. They can't do much about it. Just go back to farming.
Absolutely. Tier 2 bottom tower not going to last too long as Jackie just... He feels so safe with his secondary life. There's just no reason for him to back off. Instead, he'll show on the map and let the rest of his team smoke across. So they will head into that dire jungle. FBZ, he'll frontline for the team. Q has been spotted. They saw the Eidolons, and it should be a nice, easy kill, though. Hyde also getting caught out here on the Snapfire. Savage does show up to try and help out, but Hyde's already gone. Meanwhile, Q does manage to TP away on the Enigma, so happy days for him, but Hyde not so much.
Yeah, they're just sacrificing, right? Like, you don't want to get these massive losses on Talon. Just sacrifice one hero, allow Boom to play the pickoff game, and just stall out for your bigger cores, stall out for these item timings. Hold on.
They're still fighting into Black Hole. Q may get caught immediately, however, unless they can find Savage, but they'll go for the Enigma first. Arrow's going to land, and that'll be your Enigma gone. As Savage, Rupture is there. He'll try to BKB out and should be able to make it out as Japoi can't break the gap and does not have toss available anyway. No way to cancel. They'll take the 2 support kills for Boom, but they could keep going for this mid-tier 2 tower job. They have a siege creep and they have plenty of damage.
Yeah, they've got everything they need to go high ground. And Jackie's not under threat, just life steals off for the Blood Rage, and just go straight up. They still have Aegis only for 15 seconds, but that's just a free reset for Jack if they want it.
He has BKB, but he might need to pop it, but the arrow is going to land. Oh, Makoto not reacting fast enough that time. Once the arrow connects, there's no survival. As mid lane, Savage, he thinks he's safe, but the Orchid is going to silence him up right into the boat. He'll cop the bash, and now the double torrent coming out into the curse, hold everyone down. Nobody dying quite yet, though, but KP, he might be the first one. So they'll X him back. Torrent, it will connect and eventually take him down. It does save Savage. At the very least, the Junk does get his way out. But they are onto the high ground now, Boom Esports. They want to keep this going. They understand how powerful they are at the moment. Talon, they'll keep trying to fight. Toss back, not quite there from Yopaj yet. He won't find the angle. Instead, it's back onto the tier 3 tower for Boom. There's Talon. Again, it just feels like they've got no angle to try and force a fight.
No. I mean, they've got Black Hole, but how do you use it without that BKB for Q? Savage only has to spin to play. Mikado's going to be back up. That could help with a wave clear in the defense. Just feels like it's a bit too late. They're forced to use Kisses just to hold back. They'll still lose the melee racks, and Boom's still more than happy to take that objective back off. They've got this game under control. 17-4, 11k lead for Boom. Talon still needs so much more farm. Like, Mikado's Lena just hasn't been off, and smoke into the moonlight here.
Yeah, it could be rough, John. They do have a BKB timing on Q, so it's a nice power spike for the Enigma now, as you haven't got the greatest way of cancelling that off apart from the Winter's Curse, which is back up in 5 seconds, and Skem does have a Blink Dagger up as well, so maybe you can cancel. And Talon, they're not going to find anyone anyway. They head down towards the south, hang around that Radiant jungle, and I suppose it's just a nice way to move across the map and keep that farm going here for Talon. I guess you can't really hope for a team fight right now anyway. 11k behind, you just need some farm. Meanwhile, Boom, though, just hanging around Roshan pit, waiting for the next Roshan. No rush for them. No need to throw the game back Talon's way. I mean, keep in mind, John, that game 1, it did feel like it was Boom's game to lose, and Talon did take it. I'm sure Boom, they won't allow a repeat in game 2.
Yeah, they're going for the smoke play. They don't want to sit too easy. They want to get some aggression, not allow Talon to get that build-up. Going to find a good angle down south, but there are wards to spot them. So Talon should be able to back off. Hold on.
Yopaj, he'll break the smoke on KP, but immediate blink away from the Marcy, and I don't believe they actually saw KP there at all. So Talon immediately just TPing across the map to the other side. Again, just trying to avoid Boom Esports and get a bit more net worth going on their own heroes right now. Smoke up, though. They're going to try and force a fight. Again, if they can land a nice black hole here from Q, could be the real game changer throughout this game, too. It's Talon. Show up mid lane. Arrow is going to land from Tims. No help around him right now. It's just Tims, the KP. He'll go for a dispose out. Winter's Curse is there, however. Scam. He holds them all down. You'll still lose Tims here on the Mirana. So Talon, they should be okay with this. And they will be. Boom, they back their way out. They don't find the opening they wanted. And Talon, suddenly they have a bit more time to get that farm going.
Yeah, they've got BKBs already up on KP and Q, so every single time they see that Winter's Curse down could be their opportunity to try and make him play. Fairly on edge. I don't think that was a expected play for Talon, baiting with Savage, but they find something for it. Boom, and they're still in a strong position. Like, losing Tims is not the biggest loss in the world. Talon, again, stalling out a little bit more, have one part of the Scotty on Savage, still needs so much more time to get that fully done. You do have the Lincolns on Mikado. That could be a great saving tool to just enable the Enigma to get that full black hole off, or just to save yourself from, say, toss place, X place here from the side of Boom. We'll see how much more talent can get out, but again, Boom is still in the driver's seat here, Mike. With that 10k lead, all the gold Jackie has, Basher Scotty up, going into the Ag Shard next, and locking in this Bloodseeker in the middle of a prolonged fight. It's going to be pretty tough.
Absolutely. So, I mean, Talon, only 1 Rex down for now. 30 minutes in. Again, they did make a comeback last game, so you can't doubt these guys whatsoever. Problem is, like, this Bloodseeker, he just won't slow down. Jackie just so far ahead. We know once he's got that lead, he doesn't intend on slowing down anytime soon. Meanwhile, Talon prepping for the next Roshan, it seems, but it's 40 seconds away. So they're a little bit early to the party, but it seems like they just want to hold this position. Keep in mind, just a few minutes ago, they were stuck on their own high ground, so they best just stick around here. In fact, never mind that. They're going to 5-man smoke up. AC was just picked up on FBZ, so a bit more bonus armor towards his side. And in fact, Talon, a big wraparound with the Moonlight Shadow now. Towards the Dire Outpost. Keep in mind, there is decent vision here for Talon. In fact, they are underneath Sentry Vision now. Tims is going to be spotted out. Nice Lotus Orb onto KP. They might find the Marcy, and they will still. Tims does go down. A 1-for-1 favoring Boom Esports, and now the full team fight does begin as Savage is already gone. Meanwhile, Q, he could try for the BKB TP, but he can't even do that. The bash is there from Jackie into another. They'll find Hyde. 4 down for Talon already. And it doesn't feel like Boom even broke a sweat.
No, it takes so much commitment just to lock down Tims. The Lotus Orb buys enough time that they manage to find that kill on KP. Can't escape that one. And the high ground push is just open. There's no defense that you can feasibly pull out just with Alina. Mikado trying to get a split push going down bot, but they're going to lose what looks to be 2 sets of racks. Mid-range racks gone, onto the top they go. With the damage of Jackie and Yopaj, this is not going to take too long for them to achieve.
What is that, John? Well, what's that I just saw? Aghanim Scepter on Yopaj Tiny. Here we go. My favorite.
All right. It's spicy. Yopaj is going to have a lot of damage flying out. That's for sure, especially if he manages to get that Daedalus. I do miss the days of that Morphling combination, but I mean, you've got to find a way to jump Yopaj. You've got to find a way to lock in Jackie. It's so much riding off the back of Q. He's going to have a blink. But again, it's just taken so long for Talon to hit this point. With the Aegis Shards going the way of Boom as well, the secondary life. Again, high ground is such a great possibility for Boom, and there's really just not much threat stopping them yet.
No, absolutely not. Boom. They'll get the Aegis, they'll get the shards for themselves now. I believe the shards going towards Yopaj, and Jackie naturally will take the Aegis for himself. Oh man, I do hope we get to the point where that Daedalus is up on Yopaj. I really do miss the tree volley with the crits just flying out everywhere. Just impossible to try and fight against. Still Talon. Again, not out of this game yet, but they are kind of desperate. 17k behind. They need a miracle. I think that miracle does kind of lay in the hands of Q on this Enigma. Problem is, he's still just short of the BK Blood. The Blink Dagger is Savage. Orchid up, trapped up already. They just take him down. Yopaj, he's really messing around now, John. He could have gone Avalanche Toss, but no. I've got to throw the trees instead.
Yeah, you got to use that Eggs. You paid for it here, Mikey. Got to see what it does. And of course, they've always got the X push coming out, so not the highest commitment required to take these objectives. They still have the black hole threat. Blink is up on Q. They've got to find something on Talon. I'll do the arrow.
KP disposes there. Keep in mind, Secondary life on the Bloodseeker, but there's your black hole. Q, he's caught 2 of them. That'll be Tim's gone for 1. Jackie, he will lose that first life. A curse out now, though, holding down Savage. Can they follow up on this? Yopaj, he's in with an avalanche toss combination. Q's down, Savage held down as well. He will drop to the Tiny. There's now KP, or Yopaj, just sticks it right up him with a massive tree, as they do call the GG. Talon can't do it for game 2. But luckily for us, Jonathan, we get a game 3 between these two juggernauts of SCA. And John, can I just ask, is it you wearing the jerseys that's buffing up these teams, or is it my terrible predictions that's buffing up these teams?
Could be a mix of both, you know. Boom kicks it into gear. It doesn't even look like a game Talon can play at all. Of course, Talon, for their part, they go for this ultra greedy draft. Marcy offlane with an Enigma that doesn't do much. They couldn't stop Jackie from farming. They couldn't even give him a challenging lane. That was just pretty much free farm for the Bloodseeker. And they just run from there. Boom hits his timing. They don't have long cooldowns to wait for. They run down. I think a big part for what made that tough for Talon was it was a much slower start for Mikado. Like, Arlena got BKB, didn't have travels, couldn't really run around and try to make plays. And because of that, no one was setting plays from Talon. So they just farmed for basically the entire 4 minutes and couldn't do much. Boom. They just, again, play this aggressive style that they're known for, go back to the Mirana Kunkka combo with FBZ this time, and have Yopaj pop off in mid. And you couldn't do much about it on Talon's end.
Look, we just asked before we do head off to a short break, John, what jersey are you wearing for game 3? There it is. Everyone get the copy pasta back up. We've got John X Bias on the way for game number 3. With that, we are going to head off to a very short break. And right after that break, we'll have game 3's draft between Boom Esports and Talon Esports. We'll see you there.
This is so sick.
Can we just go back to playing games now?
Esports game number 2 is all theirs. And in a very, very convincing fashion. Game 1 was a lot of back and forth with Talon taking victory, but game 2 seemed to be pretty much all Boom's way. And Fia, you kind of want to bring it back to the draft and break it down as to, one of the key reasons why Boom had an advantage.
Yeah, I didn't really like the choice of putting Marcy in the off lane as opposed to Enigma. And they played it the same way you would play it if Enigma's core, but they just gave a little bit of extra farm to the Marcy. And I just think the lane with Enigma should be fine with Marcy to put it as a core. Because it didn't go any better with Marcy as a core in this lane. Like, Bloodseeker's still free farmed, and Marcy got sacked. Enigma got a little more farm, but you can't get black holes off in this game so easily without items, right? So the choices for them to do this were a bit puzzling to me. I do understand the fact that maybe they wanted a more active hero to play with the Lina, because Lina's a bit more greedy. But KP didn't seem to connect with this Lina at all in this game. So, like, I just didn't see the strength of this Marcy being a core in this game. And it really kind of showed in the game and how they just got, like, stomped and didn't find any openings.
Yeah. On the other side of it, though, we had Boom. They had the Tim's Mirana, which definitely felt like it had more of an impact when it came to that map movement and support.
Dude, Boom were playing amazingly around, like, this is basically what they do when they win. They FBZ, Yopaj, and Tim's all just play together and get kills on the map. You have X marks combo into Arrow. You have Tiny's toss avalanche combo into Arrow, and they were utilizing it to its fullest all game. Just like finding kills constantly. This is Boom. This is the aggressive Boom. They can go where they want. They kill who they like. Yopaj overextends at some point and dies. Then they bring it back and they they clean it up again.
Yeah, I also feel like we were very excited for the Lina, but looking at Makoto Lina here, 0-3, it's very unfortunate, I guess, how the game played out for him. But
I kind of brought that back to, like, the Marcy in a way, and the supports, because, like, if you talk about Tim's and how he had such a great game on his Mirana, it's because he's playing around with Yopaj, right? They're getting kills on the map, but, like, who can Lina play with? A position 4 Enigma? Not really. He's just farming. And Snapfire plus Lina isn't really a combo. It's no Puck plus Snapfire, right? They didn't really have the heroes to make things happen on the map. And I think Makoto suffered the most from that, because this mid Lina really wants to play with these, like, melee 4s that just get in there and stun, and you sit back there and you cast your spells. They had 2 ranged heroes in, like, the Snapfire plus Enigma. Really just wanted to see KP just be more active this game. I kind of just saw him, like, on side lanes. Even though he had his Blink Dagger, he was still just kind of farming it up, and they just never found an opening to make anything happen on Talon this game.
Yeah. It also didn't help that, like, Boom were abusing the X marks TP to go back to base and, like, refill mana and health, so they were just, like, able to have such good map presence constantly, like skirmish, heal, but stay out because of X marks.
We've talked about draft. We've talked about the way that the teams have been able to utilize the map, or the lack of utilization of the map. I want to know more about the items as well, right? Especially maybe on the carries, how that matchup sort of went, but yeah, just sort of the items and how they impacted the team fights, and if there was ever any way Talon could have gotten in to this game with better items.
Well, no one bought a refresher, so.
That's exactly what I was searching for. That is exactly what I was searching for.
I mean, I feel like it's more of just a lack of items on Talon because they're just so far behind in gold to this game. But as far as itemization goes for everyone, it was pretty standard to see across the board. Like, maybe you can argue 23 Savage could have got a Manta instead of SNY, but he just needed too many items in this game, considering how far they were behind. So, nothing special in itemization in this game. I think maybe you can point out FBZ going Orchid on Kunkka in the off lane. A little different, but...
Then do you feel there were items for Talon to be able to come back in?
Oh, it's all play, for sure.
Oh, okay.
Like, there was no, like, obvious item timing that was going to, like, get them back to this game. They just had to, like, execute. They needed to find a way to get, like, more aggressive. I just in general didn't think their draft was very good, and really just comes down to that. Like, you can make this draft work maybe if you play perfectly, but you never want to put yourself in that situation.
Of course. Same sentiment?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I like the Orchid from FBZ. It just meant they had threat against Jug, and they could just kill who they wanted. There was none of that, oh, we can't gank him, he's unkillable. You know, you can kill anyone if you bring the right heroes. And it's stuff like when they wanted to go high ground, you know, their Aegis was running out, and they were like, okay, we're not going to throw the game by going high ground. Like, let's not do that. They kind of back off a little bit. They set up FBZ in the trees with his Orchid, and then Tiny and Mirana go off together and kill Alina when she's split pushing. So they do that. At the same time, they threaten Jug mid, they get the Mossy kill, and then they have 2 kills, and now they can go high ground. Like, they're just playing patient and nice, and they have the threats, and they have the heroes playing on the right parts of the map.
Well, I don't know what Boom did in between game 1 and game 2, but it definitely worked for them, and we'll see if Talon are able to make that sort of switch as well and potentially make a comeback in game number 3. But first, we have to head to a break.
I'm so tired of you always playing with my heart. I don't know if I can go on much longer. Wanted you to love me, but all I ever got was scars. You just keep on acting like you don't care. You've been hurting me like it's nothing, then telling me that you love me. I don't understand. Maybe I'm so.
Well, this is it. One last final game between Boom and Talon to decide who's going to be taking first place, who is going to be the kings of 2 at 3 Southeast Asia, but also our final game for Southeast Asia is this is the only tiebreaker happening in SEA.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, like the time flew by.
It did.
6
weeks.
is
All of a sudden.
indeed a long time. Huh?
The craziest thing about tiebreakers, though, I don't know if you guys know,
Okay.
but every region this tour has tiebreakers. 4 out of 6 regions having tiebreakers for major slots as well. So NA, South America, China, and Western Europe all had tiebreakers for major slots. And then us over here in SEA and Eastern Europe, we already knew who was going to the major. Now it's just the first, second, and over in Eastern Europe who's going to get third. So it's interesting. But everyone having tiebreakers, the top of the ladder, very, very close for a lot of regions.
Yeah, I was going to make a comment like, oh yeah, we're like such a talented region or something, but I actually just like don't know what the right application of words is to this. Like, oh yeah, lucky us, I guess.
I think it's just something that's enjoyable. It's interesting. There is
fun fact.
Fun
fact. There's no lines to read between.
You know, it's also a fun fact.
What?
Some statistics about Razor.
That's right. Do you want to?
No, they're yours.
Oh, I was going to say talk about them with me.
Yes.
So everyone who is a regular here knows just how much Sheep absolutely hates first phase Razor. 21 out of 40 teams across all of Division 1, all regions.
Well, who cares about that? Just tell them about C. Tell them about C.
Have done a first phase Razor. It's interesting that over half the teams in Division 1, over all the regions have done it.
Oh God, Mars got through.
Oh wow, heck
holy asada.
Well, quickly, let me finish this and then we can get hyped about that.
Okay, go.
There's been 9 games. Razor has been first phased in C, and it's lost every single one.
Does that include the
10 now, including the one earlier today?
10
out of 10 games lost.
10 games lost.
If you're an SEA, stop first picking Razor.
Do not
is all I'm saying.
Razor.
Don't do it.
Stop it.
Don't do it. If we see it,
it's
GG.
Actually 0% win rate. Just for the love of God, stop picking Razor.
Yeah.
I was looking at the wrong camera.
You there.
You there.
Stop.
Boom.
No. Stop.
It's SMG, especially SMG. You're probably half of those losses. Goddamn.
Whereas quickly, just to round it out, Western Europe had the best. It won 9 out of 12 games.
That's pretty high.
First phase. That is really, really high.
You're allowed to keep
So
going.
anyway, moving on from Razor.
Oh my God.
I was going to ask if you would ban the Mirana or the Conquer. These the Talon feel that the Mirana wasn't a needed ban. In fact, the Enigma was more necessary than the Mars. So now Boom have Mars and Mirana as their opening.
I mean, that's just insane that they do that. They think that Enigma has problems. I mean, they're the ones that picked Enigma.
They won game 1, not giving Mars. Like, I don't know. Are they overthinking things right now?
They also lost game 2, not giving away Mars.
But they also had other issues. But I don't know.
Boom had second pick, right? Both game 1 and game 2. So this game they had first pick. So maybe that's what the change up in bans are for.
I mean, just watch Talon give them Ember here too. I think
if they do that, it's actually GG.
It's actually GG. So hopefully, I mean, I like the Kunkka ban, but hopefully they realize Ember is a problem and they ban it in this phase.
That would be a huge choke.
I mean, I'm not saying that they can't beat this combination, but it's like, do you want to beat Boom at their best?
Yeah.
Maybe they just want to like put that down and be like, Boom's nothing. We'll just give them all their best heroes and we're just going to beat them.
That one just chalk it up to a bad draft on our behalf. We can still beat them on their best.
We don't want to make them do anything weird. We don't want them to pick Bloodseeker, we want them to pick what we know they're going to play. Let's get a Lifestealer going. Let's get a Mars, Mirana, Ember. Like, let's just concoct a draft that beats that.
Yeah, they're probably just thinking right now because Talon is going to win this game. They're going to go to TI. It's like if we can't beat Boom at their best, how are we going to win a TI?
So true. Tell them.
So it's just like, it's the training.
The weights are on.
Weight training, yeah.
Yeah, they're like,
heavy ankle weights are on right now.
Mm-hmm. They're like, we can sacrifice $2,000 and 200 DPC points to see if we can beat Boom at their best. Yeah, that's fine.
You know what? Huge respect. Mad respect. Let's see what they got.
They don't want to just beat them. They want to humiliate them.
Yeah.
At the same time.
They'd be like, oh my God, you guys had your best heroes.
Dude, honestly.
And then mock them afterwards. Yeah. All chat them.
Oh, they'll all chat them. Holy heck.
If they were to give them all their best heroes and win, I will bow down Talon, best team in the world.
Would you shave your head?
Shave my head? No.
Would you shave your head, Pia?
I mean, I don't know. I would not do that.
Jesus.
It's a little too extreme.
Dota 2 will never take my hair.
I never said I was going to bow down either.
I've only molded twice in my life.
Dire team ban.
Cool. Viper ban. That's insane.
Yeah, bro, that's
Wacky.
totally radical.
Are they gonna ban Ember?
Are they
That
gonna
is the
ban
question.
Ember?
I mean, Ember is very good versus Winter Wyvern. Last I checked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a little manual?
10 seconds remaining.
I do.
You just peruse in your
The
spare
drafting
time.
Bible. I
Yeah.
read it every day.
5 seconds remaining.
Skip down to the Winter Wyvern
He
section.
prays
Oh,
to
yeah,
it.
there it
He
is.
prays to it every night and reads it before
Well.
bedtime.
Yeah.
And in the
That,
morning,
and
right
that
when I
too,
wake up,
that too is how you can win a TI.
that's all you need. But you gotta have the right Bible.
The right Bible.
What do you do in the morning with it? Sorry.
Handcrafted. I read it.
Oh, in the morning as well.
Yeah.
Morning and night.
Oh god, I got the store-bought one, so you're telling me I need a handcrafted Fear Bible?
If you want to win, yeah.
When do they go on
Okay,
sale?
Thank you.
I don't sell them.
Oh my
Oh,
god. How
so
can
now
I
we're never gonna
How can
win.
I acquire one?
You probably can't.
What?
When I quit Dota.
Yeah.
Then you'll sell them?
Eh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you ever write a tell-all
Just
and sell that when you quit?
Sure. I mean, that's basically my stream anyway when I do replay analysis of other teams.
Wonderful.
You guys should tune into Fear's stream after DPC finishes.
Yeah.
Buy one, get one free. Fear Bible.
Fear Bible. So you and your significant other can both win a TI together.
Exactly.
Or you and your best buddy.
You could start a book club.
Why does it feel this draft is taking so long?
It's taking so long. There's one
They're
band.
using
It's
all
not
their
even on a pick. It's on a
time.
band. That's like
They're
the
like
saddest
Ember?
thing. There's nothing
Or
more we can
no?
talk about. Oh wow, they got Mars Marana on Boom. They're two best heroes. Great.
Maybe they take the Ember.
Oh, no. They chickened out.
Ah.
Now it's only half a.
They read the
They're
wrong
best.
Bible.
No, that's the right one.
They read the Coward's Bible to Dota. Okay, well,
What a band. I'm glad that took a minute.
it's fine. The Yopaj Snapfire is still in the pool.
Oh my goodness, no.
So,
That's
free
not
wins.
happening.
Yes, it is. It's
I-
happening.
All right. Will you bow down to me if it doesn't happen?
I'll. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Jeez.
Perfect. Perfect. The aspirated sigh from Fear.
Yeah, it's too much for me.
Maybe we'll see a Yopaj Timbersaur if they keep going. Oh,
Yay!
hell,
It's not first
Razor.
phase.
It's second phase Razor, so it's fine.
Could win.
Wait, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not a huge enjoyer of KP not playing team fight. So like they won
Scary.
game one, but his
Yes.
Death Prophet
10
struggled
seconds
really
remaining.
hard for the longest time.
Could be carry Razor, brother.
Yes, it can. It's a flexible
5
hero, but I'm going to
So
say
flexible.
I'm going to
Brother.
say it's preferred.
It could be
Roll
+4. It could
is
be
3.
hide.
No, I mean I
No,
hope
wait,
not.
Q.
Let's not get too crazy out here.
Could be a Q Razor.
Then they instantly lost.
You know what's worse than an off-lane first phase Razor? A second phase +5 Razor.
Yeah, not a huge fan.
All right. I'm down for Snapfire, even just
No.
for Skim. Even just for Skim. Just the damage into
okay.
the arena would be really
Hasn't
nice. Or
Snap
they could
just
do...
lost 2 out of 2 games.
Shut up! Or they could-
0% win rate
Stop
this
it!
series.
His stats
No!
are right.
Don't flame it,
Stats
the
don't
stats.
lie.
They do lie.
No.
The problem is it didn't go mid. I wouldn't mind a...
Doesn't make my stat any less correct.
Whatever, bro. I wouldn't mind a clock either for Skim. He's been playing really good clock this series. Not
Wait, didn't you
series,
just
this
advocate
tour.
for Snap going mid, but now you want it 5?
I'm just saying, there
just
are
want to snap in
options.
general.
There are options, bro.
Bro.
The
Bro.
snap or the clock, both supports I really would like with this lineup. I really like clock into Razor and Tiny, both heroes that don't really enjoy getting gone on with the hook
10
cogs,
seconds
but we'll see what they
remaining.
want to do with it. I also like clock because he's active and he can play.
5 seconds
with them.
remaining.
You just want to secure your TB's lane, maybe even give him some
Dire
kill
team
threat.
Warlock.
Well, they'll secure it. Damn, they got team fight for days.
Heck yeah, that's what we love to see.
Yes, sir.
It's a good TB
Yes,
lineup there.
sir.
Lots of stuns, lots of team fight. Warlock gives you a strong lane. So
Mhm.
that's definitely a
10
threat right now
seconds
for
remaining.
Talon. A very scary one to figure out how are you going to play.
5
And I'm hoping, is it
seconds
Morph?
remaining.
No.
Oh, it's Batrider. Free bat game. GG. I'm out.
GG.
I'm out. It's done.
Do you think Yopaj will play Storm ever?
I saw Storm get
No.
picked a couple times, and
It's
it
first
sucked.
bat. It's against Razor, against Wyvern.
Yeah.
No, he's
Ember's banned. Like if there is a Storm game,
yeah,
this is it. But maybe there just isn't a Storm
5
game.
seconds remaining.
We'll see if Talon think there's a possible Storm game and if they ban it or not.
people are picking it, the hero, but I've watched it a couple times in pro games this tour, and it always looks really weak because the changes to mana are like so bad that he can only kind of lightly engage. You know, before he was go like full ham, like all in, use 18 different spells. Yeah. Now it's like I'm gonna zip towards you, but not right on top of you. I'm gonna like zip and stop just before I get to you, and then I'm gonna use like 1 to 2 spells. Maybe I won't even use a second remnant because I have no mana, and then I'm gonna have to disengage with the rest of my quarter of mana. Like, it's
what
actually
if
pathetic.
he has a full wand because he's playing Earth's Bat?
I don't know if that is enough.
All right. Well, Puck was still in the pool, so that one instantly gets banned.
Dire team ban.
It's ban.
But what else would Yopaj play versus a bat mid? Potential bat mid. I guess they could do the offlane bat and carry Razor still.
I don't know a lot of mid matchups. If I'm thinking about Yopaj heroes, I'm thinking about like his Invoker, his Wind Ranger, his Snap, his...
Only Wind Ranger sounds acceptable out of those.
Quickly keep listing them all.
They banned Quap and Puck. I think really not thinking Storm's a hero because
Storm not a hero. Yeah, I mean Storm is a hero.
I mean he is in the game of Dota. He is pickable.
Yeah,
but not a hero as in a sense like not a pickable hero if you want to win the game.
For real.
For real.
So true.
King.
Well, I mean we'll see.
He's got
I don't know what's left. Lena?
I was just thinking Lena.
Or he's got a Void Spirit. He's got heroes. He is a mid player.
It's like that's just the state of Storm right now.
When the camera comes back on, do you know what you have to do? No. The thing you just bet me at the start of this draft about Snap Mid being picked.
Shave my head and die?
There's the morph.
Oh god, who made you Savage morph?
Anyway.
That's what I wanted to see from the bat pick.
Comfort, guys.
I thought it would get banned, but it didn't.
It's pretty... Oh.
Thank you. It only had to be once, it didn't have to be twice.
Twice
but thank
for how wrong I was.
Oh, perfect. Someone who's never wrong. I was going to say not wrong. Someone who's never wrong is John. Let's bring him in. That's right. Baby. Oh, he's with Nala as well. Oh, the eye roll from Mike. All right, because John's so distracted by Nala, Mike, you get to talk first and tell me why you're going to be right this time.
Well, first of all, I was...
Please don't cut him off.
I'm sorry.
The man is information
It was so
for
cute.
days.
I'm sorry. It was so cute.
Mike, please.
Well, first of all, I don't know who you guys are talking to. The only thing I see is 2 dogs on Jonathan's camera. So I don't know where John's gone. Listen, John's done everything in his power to make Boom lose this series. He's put on the Talon jersey. He's brought the Nala buff out for Talon. So there's only one man that can stop this, and I think it's me. And I'm going to go ahead and say it right now. There is no way in hell Talon lose this game. It's impossible. Talon win this game 100%.
Yeah.
Literally impossible.
You're so right.
He's gone like full Time Stone Doctor Strange out here, and he's looked at all the possibilities of the timeline, and Talon come out on top in every single one of them.
Everyone.
Mike, I cannot agree with you more. This is 100,000% Talon win. So free. So free.
It's so free.
So free.
John, what do you have to say back to that? Is it so free?
You know, it's a savage morphling. I think that's a pretty good start for Talon already. And me and Mike have seen this matchup of Void Spirit versus Batrider multiple times, mainly on Alacrity from NGX. It never worked out, so I'm keen to see if Yopaj understands that one a little bit more, but I think Talon might have a better time here.
Mm-hmm. All right, you were about to speak.
Yeah, Boom can't lose this series. They're going to win 100%.
I hate you.
It is impossible.
Hate you, Fear.
Yeah, I'm with
they have
Fear.
an unlosable draft, and like Boom is just gonna win.
Yeah, Boom's just going to steamroll him. It'll be a reflection
Absolutely.
of game. Anyway, game 3. Let's see how it does play out. This is the very last game for SEA DPC Tour 3. Mike and John, please take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Nat. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Very, very cute dog. Love to see Nala. Did you happen to get an answer as to who Nala's rooting for this game and who she thought had a bit of draft, John?
What to win, Nala? She has no strong opinion. She just wants a good Dota, Mike. So she's not biased at all. and she just wants to see these teams put out their best. Of course, if you consider the state of C Dota and TI points, it does feel better for the scene if Boom wins, right? That basically almost guarantees them a ride to TI, and I think that's the best for the region overall. So we'll see if that's something Boom can achieve. Talon, though, I mean, they're not pulling any stops here, Mike. Savage Morphling, and we've seen this. I mean, we've just known Savage for his Morphling all the way back to Genesis days. It's just something he's really comfy on, and I think just allowing this guy to play that comfort here for Talon shows a lot of confidence. Of course, Boom has their own comfort, right? They've got the Mars on.
What is this? What is this sticker? This is some anime crap, isn't it? This CM. Right?
It is.
Last time we saw that Into the Breach IAR, and by the way, for anyone in chat, don't spam IAR. It's you guys are better than that. Don't spam. You guys are better than that. Have some standards, right? What is this CM sticker crap? I mean, it's at least realistic, John, because she's not moving, which is very realistic considering her movement speed. But go on, John, explain it.
That's SpyX family, Mike. You uncultured swine. It's one of the best animes.
Well, what do you mean? Talon. One of the best teams here in SCA, Jonathan, trying to move in onto Boom Esports, and they will walk their way out. John, I don't want to hear about this SpyX family crap. I haven't watched it. I saw a trailer because I heard you talking about it so much. I'm going to say it right now. I thought it looked like garbage. I'm going to be honest.
What do you mean? What's wrong with you? How can you say that? How can you actually say that about SpyX family? What's wrong with you? Have you no heart, Mike? Have you no heart? You have no heart. You're actually just a mean animal. There you go. Houston's calling for you to be fired, Mike. Trash taste. That's all I have to say about you. That's it. Conversation over.
Thank you for that, John. Any Naruto fans out there? Naruto fans? All right. We'll move on. Bot lane. Jackie Skem going to be against Q and KP. John, it's the TB Razor lane, right? In theory, it should favor KP, but I think Skem's doing a very good job of abusing that Fatal Bonds early on. So much damage to be dealt with at level 1 Fatal Bonds, and while you do tend to push out the creep wave with it, it doesn't really matter. You can just force it into the opposing tier 1 tower, and then drag it back your way anyway. But how's this bot lane meant to go, John?
I think it's something very stable for Jackie. Should just be able to farm. KP's already taking a ton of damage out. Not feeling comfy here. And you still have the same issues with having that pause for Tiny. It just doesn't give you much in lane. Down the line, toss back with Link is going to be great. But for the first 3 levels, it does feel like Jackie's just going to be able to farm. He hasn't even leveled Metamorphosis yet. Just playing around with the reflections enough to kind of cut KP off. And I don't know if you're going to have enough magical bursts to deal with it. Because, yeah, KP's going to have a lot of physical with a static Link. But to burst him down with Avalanche Toss and the support Tiny is a little bit tougher to imagine.
Oh, this Giga Chat. Look how much damage he's dealing. Fatal Bonds, Shadow Word, Q just needs to run. And KP, he's not having a good time at all. Now, this is zoning from a Pos 5 if I've ever seen it. He's just completely doing it on his own. Props to Skem. But we'll have a look at the other lanes while we have a chance. Of course, mid lane. Makoto and Yopaj against each other. Of course, when you saw the Void Spirit picked up against the Bat Rider, you immediately thought of another player by the name of Alacrity, who suffered many, many times at the hands of Bat Rider while he was playing Void Spirit. But John, with the Idol versus Makoto on that bat, how do you feel about this matchup?
It's still a rough one for Yopaj. I think it's just naturally tough for a Void Spirit. Yopaj is kind of set, has the early magic wand, has 20 charges up, should be able to just farm. If he does manage to land, say, a Remnant out, you can get some good damage onto Mikado, but Mikado's doing a good job of controlling that creep wave. He has his camp open, it's not blocked off, so you should still be able to flash for him. I think Mikado should be able to work it, but, you know, you have to respect Yopaj in the place you can get. Again, if Remnant lands, it's an opportunity for Yopaj to get some momentum his way.
Yeah, absolutely. And that top lane, final lane to talk about, Hyde and Savage against FBZ. And Tim's, of course, on the Mirana. He's actually rotating towards the mid lane already, but looks like he's just going for that 3-minute bounty rune. John, the top lane. One thing I was very shocked by in the draft is the fact that they allowed FBZ this Mars. I mean, if you were to pick any hero this man plays at the absolute best, you'd have to argue it's the FBZ Mars, and they just handed it over. I couldn't quite believe it when I saw it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of his best heroes right now. We don't see it too often, at least, you know, in this series, we haven't seen it all from FBZ. I think that reasoning from Talon is that it's something they can handle, right? Like Mars, you could still play around it. A quick BKB just cancels off what the Mars wants to do in the middle of these team fights. So as long as you get that Spellman Q running, you can still kind of work yourself around that on FBZ. And for FBZ, he's got to play momentum. We've seen some games, especially in that major in Stockholm, where sometimes his Mars wouldn't hit momentum and the tempo is just thrown off. He doesn't get a quick blink, he doesn't get BKB, the initiation just falls flat and just kind of crumbles from there. So it's still important for Boom to hit momentum here, especially with the comfort picks. And, you know, as long as FBZ manages to find some of those timings, it should still line up for Boom.
Absolutely. Look at Hyde just running away from Tims right now. It just keeps following him down. A very rough laning start for all lanes, it feels like, from Talon, apart from Makoto's mid lane, which is going very evenly right now. But you look at the bot lane and you look at the top lane, and it's just not a great affair here for Talon whatsoever. Especially the bot lane. Like, KP on the Razor, again, props to Skem because he's just done such a great job of keeping them zoned out. But they can't even get close to Jackie.
Yeah, they just can't quite gap close. They don't get much use out of the static link. And Skem's just able to really keep that wave shoved out because of the Fatal Bonds as well. So it's not like you have a nice long lane to run around and play with here on Talon to try and threaten with a tossback. He's looking for an angle though, but...
Well, they get the angle. Skem. Static link is there. KP might be able to draw first blood here onto the Warlock as the Avalanche even landing, though Skem gonna heal himself up with the Shadow Word and be just fine as Jackie even popping the Metamorphosis preemptively. Meanwhile, top lane Tims almost landing an arrow there onto Savage. Could have secured them the kill had he gotten it, but range creep does actually save the day for the Morph. And back down to the bot, KP dropping extremely low on the Razor. So even with that aggression against Skem, it just doesn't really play out for them very well here, Talon. They continue to struggle down at this bot lane.
Yeah, you're just not able to really stop Jackie. And Jackie's just going to be able to farm up, build into what you want. Again, the burst damage is just sort of lacking from Talon. Avalanche Toss is great, but that's a support tiny. The level gain for Q is going to be slowing down. You still want to prioritize KP. And considering this kind of laning start, it does feel like a longer timing for that blink as well. So the momentum for Talon from that 4 is going to be stalled out by a huge amount.
Absolutely. 6 minutes in, no first blood being drawn yet. You can see the viewers in Twitch chat, John. They did not enjoy my my based take on Spike's family. I'm sure you're having a very good.
Based, not even, Mike. Not even close to being based there, Mike. Not at all. Spike's family is great. You don't know what you're talking about. It's great.
I might watch the first episode just to give it a chance. Speed,
it is actually really good.
Savage gonna get arrowed up. It's a lot of damage flying in, but the Strength Morph is gonna keep Savage alive for now. Problem is he is gonna be very low on HP, but luckily he does have the Morbid Mask, and you also have the Cold Embrace there from Hyde, which is a really nice little combination you can run with the Morphling. Though I believe he does commit it a bit early, but kind of has to because you do have a creep wave underneath the tier 1 top tower. So it is a nice way of Savage just being able to kind of remain in the top lane unless they completely kill him off, is the fact that you do have that Morbid Mask and the Winter Wyvern right behind him. Still though, again, the laning stage, not the strongest here for the Morph. It's a bit of a slower process, and I can't say it's quite unexpected here, John, because again, it's FBZ Mars. He's very good on this hero. You see him, he's got 19 denies in this top lane.
Yeah, there's also just not much a Morphling can really do onto the
Jackie?
Mars. You just kind of want to focus on the farm.
That'll be a great pick-off. They'll pick up Jackie. First blood to go the way of Makoto on the Batrider. Very nice rotation. There's now Yopaj who's trying to help out. Is going to get chased down by Makoto, and he does have Lasso up. And look at this Batrider with the haste, and he just keeps chasing. But surely, oh, he's going to go for it anyway. Lasso is there. Onto Yopaj, he's completely out of mana now. Surely no way out of this. They'll try to Shadow Word him up, but it's not going to be enough. Makoto, 2 kills already the way of Talon, both going the way of the Batrider. And that's a great start if I've ever seen one, John. He even finds a double damage.
It's just great tempo coming out from Talon. They find that haste, they hold on to it, see that opportunity bot, instantly go back in with the DD, and Jackie TP's back into that lane. Even after those set of kills. No Lasso to play with, so a little bit harder to lock him down. And Jackie does have the opportunity to walk away, but that's the aggression Talon needs. They get this strong start coming through from Mikado. He can start to make some plays, hit that early timing on the trebles, and start running around. In contrast, you think about that Void Spirit, its spikes tend to be Yules, Ags, and any of those items are still a long way off here for Yopaj, not even having full phase boots up. Just a slower game from mid because of that matchup. That again, we've seen multiple times, specifically from old NGX, when Alacrity would have to play Void Spirit almost every game. And that Rider matchup is just, it's not easy for Yopaj. He's still hanging in there, but kind of tied up with KP for bottom network core. Considering how slow KP's lane is, that's not the best of news for Boom. Gonna have to find a way to get the aggression off with Yopaj and snowball back into the game.
Sometimes I feel so bad for Alacrity because every time we see Bat Rider, his name just pops up from our mouths. Every time. I mean, Alacrity, he's not even in the game, John, but we've got to mention him every time we see Bat Rider. Arrow.
Hyde.
Top lane. Hyde's going to be okay. It's a very short range arrow there from Timps. But you look at FBZ, John. This is why you can't give this man mugs. Dominates the lane, starts pushing tier 1 tower early. It's Arctic Burn. He was Arctic Burn. He was flying. That's not a bug. His Q is going to move in with an avalanche. He's not going to be able to try and secure a kill onto FBZ. In fact, look at this. The Mars, thinking about even moving back in, won't do so. And Hyde, very nice with the Arctic Burn, just allowing himself to fly over the arena. As now Makoto does rotate up towards the top lane, but won't have a nice angle to try and move in with the lasso. Instead, we'll head back towards the mid lane where Yopaj might be in a spot of danger, but no. He's got Astral Step charges. He should be just fine to back himself out. And Makoto, he remains top of the net worth board. Boosted travel already up, and again, it's a great game for him. Just see if he can keep this tempo going.
Yep, just needs to hit further itemization. You'd want the BKB next, of course, on the Bat Rider. Maybe a cheeky Blink or Force Staff afterwards, and you feel pretty good in ripping into that back line. For Boom's part, you could set your momentum off from FBZ, as you mentioned here, Mike. Blink is coming up next, already has the phase, along with a double Bracer and Soul Ring, so you're kind of getting ready to hit those spikes, but they've done a great job here in Talon of just removing Savage from that equation. They drag him into the jungle with that early Morbid Mask, have Hyde soak up top, try to clear out the creep wave with a blast. It's still, the tower's eventually going to fall, but it's a lot slower than you'd want it to be here on Boom, and that's time where they're not hunting down Savage, punishing that Morphling.
Scam, he's about to get punished here, John. They are going to find Jackie, though. In fact, Yopaj is going to rotate down bot lane. KP immediately caught out, and Makoto this time unable to make an initiation. Looks like he was going to commit for Scam, but just won't find it worth it once he sees the Void Spirit around. Instead, we'll stick around for the bot lane farm, but still, this rotation not going to pan out the way of Talon.
Yeah, it just feels like, again, it's just going back to how Talon wants to play. They sacrifice KP, they enable Q to have much more farm. Like, he takes mid, he's level 6 in the Tiny, saving up for his Blink next. So they want to hit that momentum on that here. They know where their tempo will come from. And they know that the Razor really just needs a BKB, so they're kind of allowing KP to just have a tougher lane. They're buying space for Savage. You could argue the same for Jackie. The Terrorblade is farming up at a pretty good pace here, Mike, not too far behind. Going into the man to build up. And that Terrorblade is going to be pretty damn tough to deal with. Like, you do have good answers, although it's a bit tricky for the Bat Rider to get on top. Especially, again, without a Blink and the BKB. It's still a ways off for Mikado. You have a pretty good zone here for Boom to play off this strong start from Jackie and FBZ. You're probably just waiting for that Blink and FBZ down the line.
Mikado and Q now smoke up towards the top lane. Try and go after FBZ on the Mars, but quick back from FBZ, realizing there's too many heroes missing off the map right now. Or back into the triangle instead. Scan is out. It's a very nice scan from Talon. I know where FBZ is, but when they make their way over, but they're going to try and have a hunt around. FBZ, though, doing a very good job, just completely blind of avoiding Makoto and Q. And yeah, he just knows. He knows they're around here somewhere. Again, they are ex-teammates, so chances are FBZ can kind of get into the mind of Makoto, and he does avoid the gank altogether. Quite a bit of wasted time here for the Bat Rider. He'll get right back to farming anyway. Meanwhile, you look at these two pos ones once again, John. Look how close they are in net worth. There's Savage and Jackie. As most people would know, they're actually quite close friends. Especially back in those Motivate Trust days, Savage always standing in, and kind of nice to see them both at the top of SCA right now, in a way. As Hyde gonna get jumped on here by Yopaj, but the Astral Step does not connect onto the Winter Wyvern. That's one charge gone. Try to set up onto the top tier 1 tower here, Boom. Q, the only one really guarding it, but you've also got Hyde around if you need be. Q might just kind of sack his life here. We'll go for an avalanche and a tumbler's toy out, and well, Golem is going to be dropped, but Makoto is going to move in as now a nice curse into a toss back. Oh Yopaj outplayed there by Q and Hyde. Onto FBZ they go. They'd love a Mars as well. Instead, they'll go after Skem. Oh, I love that from Q. Curse into toss into the enemy team. And that gets Yopaj dead.
Yeah, that's a cheeky play coming out from Talon, but it does pay off. They do drag Savage up top to farm. FBZ still in position here, though. Does have the TP out if he wants to, so he shouldn't be under any major threat. And Boom still finds the objective they go for, right? They sacrifice a lot to get that done. They sacrifice the Golem. It's another little gold pickup here for Talon to find. And they are getting that build up on Savage. Hold on.
Yeah, mid lane, Hyde. Gonna get taken out, so the Void Spirit, immediate revenge as he does spawn back up, and boom. They are grouped up around the Void Spirit, but no smoke to be popped. So they just want to, no, never mind, they do pop a smoke immediately. Tims and Yopaj back down towards the bottom side, where KP is still farming up on the Razor. Much easier kill on the Razor, considering he's just really not that tanky without the BKB up. But they aren't gonna find him either. KP, some nice map movement reading. Let's back his way out, and well, boom, they could try to go into the triangle, but it is a little bit risky. Makoto is around. He's a high-value target. But now he's going to notice Tims is around, dewarding that sentry. They will not be able to make the jump into the Bat Rider. And that'll be about it. Everyone from Talon kind of just sitting back and getting that initial farm going. I mean, Boom have certainly been on the hunt much more often, but past couple smokes just haven't really amounted to what they're looking for.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for Boom is, again, still that blink timing on FBZ. It's flying out now on the Courier. So they can start these fights on their terms now much easier with that Mars. Start to find those pickoffs on the sports who might be sticking a bit too far forward. Q, his blink, only 200 gold away. So it's going to be down to who wants to play around these blink timings a lot more. I feel like Boom's going to be wanting to group up much more around FBZ now. Want to look for that punishment onto Savage, especially while he doesn't have his full manta up. And Yopaj is inching towards his Ags here, Mike. Been allowed to farm up a bit, 2 parts away. And Boom will go for that smoke commitment.
It seems Talon, they are putting a lot of emphasis on getting these BKBs up, and we all understand how powerful BKBs are as an item. Well, boom, they're going to move in. FBZ could have a great initiation. Smoke broken, but he can't decide who he wants. He saw Savage, but he did not see Talon on the low ground. And when he did, it's just kind of like, who do I aim for? He couldn't get the morph in time. So instead, boom, they're going to head towards the mid-tier 1 tower. They hold on to that Blink Arena. And they still get it. So they are still getting away with some objectives here, boom. But Talon, they don't really seem to flinch. They're just more than happy keeping the farm game going.
Yeah, they're just taking their time. This does feel much stronger for Boom, though, Mike. This allows them to invade that top jungle, cut off the sources of farm for Savage and Makoto. They do manage to find the bot here on Talon's end. Not the biggest objective at this point. So maybe a little bit more leeway onto the bot jungle, but Boom already has some great wards covering. And again, Boom, they still hold onto their ults. They have Moonlight. They have Arena ready to go. They'll eventually have this Ags timing on Yopaj. They at least have one BKB already up in Talon. And KP going to be ready for the onslaught coming in. Should be able to have a much more presence on that Razor. But you're still waiting for Makoto, who's still about 1,000 gold away. And Savage at least has Manta to protect, but it's a little bit rougher, although.
Well, they're going to find Hyde. It's going to be the Wyvern gone, as well, KP can't really help out on the Razor. It at least has his BKB up now, but can't really assist, as they do find another. 3 to 4 now, 17.5 minutes in. A very slow game compared to the first two. But again, so much on the line from these two teams, and I think so much respect as well, right? Like, you're 1-1 right now. The previous series they had earlier on in DPC Tour 3 was very close as well. And so just a lot of respect between these two teams, not willing to give any kind of openings away and not make any kind of mistakes. As boom, well, they're going to find a double damage here for Japoi. They'll get that bottled up, and he's only about 750 gold away from the full Aghanim Scepter. They could go for a gank, but Talon, very nice scan out. Going to scan exactly where Boom are hanging out right now, and well, Moonlight Shadow is popped. Boom. They might try to still force a fight, but now with smoke out from Talon, they know that whoever's up top is completely alone, and that's going to be Jackie on the TB, but he leaves his illusions behind. He'll let them do the work. Jackie backs off at the right moment, and Talon, they are not going to find anything.
Bit of a long swing around if they want to go into that triangle. So going to have to just let it go, although they're still running forward. Do have Q's blink up here.
They're pinging out that triangle. Ward's down. They're going to see Jackie on the TB, but can they grab him in time? Avalanche is up. Toss is there. Golem dropping now. The Sunder. It's going to make it just in the nick of time. Skem saves the day, but can they save completely? KP, he sapped a lot of damage away, but now he's trapped up. The arena down from FBZ, getting two of them. Hyde, he's going to drop, and KP will follow. Oh, Skem with the Golem drop. It was so close, yet so far for Talon. And now Jackie with the meta popped. He's going right after Roshan. No messing about for Boom.
Yep. They've got good damage coming through from Jackie. Not going to take too long to rip through that, but now you have Mikado in with his own BKB that hasn't been popped here.
Very scary now for Boom. Meanwhile, oh, Savage. Ooh. Savage goes down across the map. The Ags was up on Yopaj, and with the double damage, he wasn't expecting it. Now Q to get caught out on the Tiny, and suddenly Talon somewhat falling apart here, Jonathan. 20 minutes into the game, Roshan is still going the way of Boom Esports. And they are really just smothering Makoto right now, just following him down as FBZ. Going to catch out his previous teammate. They can't land an arrow yet, though. Makoto, he'll be on the run, but Tims might just continue chasing him down. Blind arrow is thrown out, but is off the mark. So FBZ, maybe a blind spear. FBZ, he'll try. It's just going to be off the mark. That's positioning from Makoto for the TP. But Boom Esports, couple kills, free Roshan. You couldn't be much happier if you're Boom.
You're in control of the game now on Boom's end. You've got a ton of farm on Jackie, a good sizable lead over Savage. Not unplayable for Talon, but a really strong position that it's hard to kind of contest that Terrorblade. Scotty's almost done. A little bit more for the second ultimate orb into that point booster, and the Terrorblade's just going to be so hard to rip apart. Talon still needs a lot more to come in. Like, they need a BKB on Savage. The Manta's just not going to cut it, and KP just uses BKB to run off, but the presence on his Razor, again, is just not being felt here.
He's not safe yet either, John. He's caught out. FBZ, he just kept chasing him down, and eventually they catch him. Another death for the Razor, and I think it was the panel were saying, John, whichever team chooses Razor just ends up losing. And so far for Talon, it really has not worked out. Not whatsoever.
It's just not doing enough. The laning phase for KP was a little bit slower. Couldn't really slow down Jackie. He's working onto a Sanj, so at least some stat resist on hand, a little bit more durability. But Boom just doesn't care. They smoke up. FBZ, no arena, but just the spear alone might be enough if they can connect it into an arrow.
FBZ's been very, very good on this Mars already. Q gonna show himself mid lane. In he goes again. FBZ, toss is there though. FQ is gonna be safe for now, but they've also caught out Hyde. It's a 2-for-1 special. Yopaj, she'll take both of them. 10-4 now. 4K advantage the way of Boom, and it's starting to feel like this whole game rests on the shoulders of 23 Savage. But against TB, I don't know how I feel about it. John Jackie, he's getting very close to that Eye of Skadi timing now. And we know how hard the game gets once you've got that Skadi against Morph.
Yeah, it's a tough game for Talon. Boom, playing really great, playing around that tempo on FVZ, and you talked about it in the draft there, Mike. Talon allowed FVZ to pick up his special Mars, thinking they could handle it. So far, doesn't seem like they can. Boom's just been playing off that momentum very well. And in comparison, KP's just not having so much impact on the Razor. They're kind of reliant on Hyde to land some massive Winter's Curses. They've got that blink on Q, but it's been a bit difficult to find the angle in. They will go for a smoke play.
They smoke run to the Skadi timing, John. FBZ, he's going to break the smoke. He has Arena up. Meanwhile, Makoto, who did he actually end up catching? It's only Tims. Meanwhile, FBZ actually in trouble. On the Mars, they'll chase him down, and boom, not looking for a fight, end up losing 2. They lost the Mirana, and FBZ, he was kind of going in, but nobody followed him up.
Pretty sizable kill coming out from Talon. Not the biggest in the world. You definitely want to find Jackie and Yopaj once more. And boom, They still have the Aegis for a minute and a half. Again, as you mentioned, fresh Scotty as well on Jackie. Metamorphosis in a minute. So it's going to be a little bit longer until that full force is out from Terrorblade. But they know Talon's expended quite a fair bit. No lasso for quite a while. BKBs are still active on at least Mikado and Savage, but none on KP. They could just kind of hunt down the Razor, make it 4v5, and clean up afterwards once more.
There's still 4K advantage, but Talon are still showing signs of life here in this game number 3. Arcane Rune can be spotted, and in fact, Tim's going to spot Q on the Tiny. There's 3 heroes from Talon around as the arrow does get thrown out, but they are already back here, Talon. So boom, even with that previous fight, they want to keep trying to move in. They have 40 more seconds on that Aegis timing. Question is, can they find anybody in time, though? And the answer appears to be no. So Talon, again, playing a very good game of just avoiding Boom Esports this game number 3 and buying Savage even more time in that morph. But they might be forced to try and defend this bottom tier 2 tower very soon. Jackie's moving up, and this is the last outer tower here for the side of Talon. They will rotate 2 heroes down, but Moonlight Shadow and Boom, they're going to try and force a fight, I think. They'll rotate around the dire triangle. Oh, Talon, they're all grouped up. Arrow, it might get a bit of vision. Not quite. They don't see what they wanted. Talon, they will set up with the Observer Wards for the fight in the triangle, but Boom, they immediately move over. Smoke up. FBZ, he's in position to break the smoke, though Talon, they'd love to find the Warlock first here if they can, and they will wrap around the long way. Try to sneak up on Skem if you can. Instead, for now, Talon finding nothing for their trouble. Heading all the way down south, but nobody around to gank. In fact, Savage, all alone in the triangle, but he's also fine. They will not see him on Boom.
Radiant's courier has been
Smoke does not work.
It's a lot of time wasted here on Talon's end. Boom, just happy enough to stand back. They still have this fresh BKB and FBZ to show off as well.
Oh, Yopaj. Gonna see Makoto, but instead it's on to Hyde. They want the Wyvern first, and they've got him. Makoto also getting trapped up. He got stunned and taken down. Oh, Q, he tried to help out, but he could not do anything in time. In goes Yopaj. After Savage, they'd love the Morphling, but Savage gonna be just fine to waveform out. Makoto, what stun did he cop? Was that the arrow?
Yeah, I think he got arrowed. Cop the arrow, massive stun. Opening for the high ground, Metamorphosis ready on Jackie. They did not have to use the BKB on FBZ either. So, still a lot of good team fights left here for Boom and Talon. Their high ground holds mainly on Hyde. They need to find an angle for that Chris. They've got the Blink and the Wyvern, but Boom are very disciplined. Look at them, they're just kind of declumped by that ramp.
Oh, absolutely. Tier 3 tower gone. Hyde, Winter's Curse, it will find one. That'll be Tim's gone. Nice setup from Hyde. Forcing a 4v5, and that'll be enough for Boom to back off. They won't risk it going for the mid-racks. They'll play it safe, just a tier 3 tower. The Talon, that will buy them a bit more time to keep this game going. Again, with this Morphling, you do have some amazing scaling, but you are up against a Terrorblade, and well, you are going to need your own Eye of Skadi here for Savage to really feel like you can carry this game. For now, he's a worlds away from that. He's lacking a lot of gold, is what I'm trying to say here, John.
Still a ways off. At the least, he's going to have one ultimate orb on hand, but still lacking the point booster plus another orb. And Boom just never rest. They keep going aggressive. They've got a good position. Savage isn't safe here.
Here we go again, but a nice scan. Talon. Savage. Still front lining here for the team, but seems very confident. Has his own BKB, and Boom see that, and that'll be enough for them to back off. Again, just so much pressure on these two teams, and so much respect being given between these two. Neither one willing to give an opening. Just wonder at what point Talon just group up and try to go for something. It might be a game where it's just all about Roshan once again, and well, to be fair, Roshan is going to be up in a minute 10, so we won't be waiting too long for that next Roshan.
It's going to be here sooner rather than later. Both sides have some great ways of fighting in that pit. It does feel maybe a bit stronger for Boom with Arena and Golem on top, and Boom will force the fight first, going for another smoke play, sneaking out here. Talon have to be a bit cautious. They are hugging their high ground for now, but there are still good angles, especially in that top jungle for Boom to take.
Boom. Who do they find first? Talon, are they prepared for this fight? They've headed up towards the north, up towards the top lane. It's going to be an arcane rune sitting there at the top rune spot, but nobody goes to pick it up yet from Boom. In fact, Yopaj will bottle it up himself. KP in position to break the smoke. Outpost to be taken. Can they get a stun on somebody? FBZ, he'll start on the Tiny and Yopaj. He'll make the jump in, but the cold embrace. It's going to buy a bit more time here for Q to survive through it. And he will be able to force start battles now. The lasso, Makoto. Aeon Dis is going to be proc. Yopaj, he's still fine. Everyone backs off. FBZ still has the arena up, looking to initiate once again, and Talon, they're on the run. Golem is dropped. It only connects on one, but they found the Wyvern. That'll be Hyde gone. Now on the tree line, Talon, they're all stuck right now. FBZ, where's the arena? Not out yet. Meanwhile, KP, he'll TP away as they find both supports. So Talon, they lose Hyde, they lose Q. All the cores got out of there. But Roshan is now available. Massive win for Boom Esports.
They've got a huge opening. They still have the Metamorphosis ready to go here on Jackie. They've got the damage coming through. The Aeon Disc pickup from Yopaj, catching Talon off guard. They committed lasso. They didn't find a big kill they wanted. Now they're going to have to really think twice about that angle coming through with a blink on Mikado. Second rush of the game here for Boom with a free shard. Demon Zeal on Jackie could be massive. Secondary spear target on FZ is also pretty darn good. So I think either one's going to be nice. And Talon just can't get there in time. They're just going to have to surrender another Roche. They are starting to clump around bot. But with a secondary life on Jackie, it does feel like the path for Boom to find this game 3 is pretty clear now, Mike.
It certainly is, John. I mean, currently 90% win probability here for Boom Esports. Talon. Oh, they might get run into. Jackie frontlining this time around. Find some raindrops on the floor. BZ. That initiation. Yopaj, he's going to make the jump in, but the Aether Remnant not going to connect, and now FBZ not on the mark with the spear, but has a nice arena onto 2, into an arrow setup onto Q, so Jackie, he can get to work. Hyde, he'll at least get a curse off, but it's not an illusion. It will not save the day, and that's your curse down now. So Boom, they'll just keep going. FBZ, he's going to find Hyde on the Wyvern, and he will soon follow Q. There's now high ground is going to be available, and you know, when Skem starts spamming voice lines, John, he's feeling happy.
Oh yeah, they're having a great time here on Boom. Talon just not able to find anything, and they're rushing deep.
Nice Aether Remnant. KP forced the BKB up and go for a link. Savage now does have the Skadi up at least, but without your supports, you can't really hope to defend this mid lane of Barracks. They'll have to at least accept one of them going down. The Metamorphosis is almost over, so Boom, I believe, will back off after this. Unless, jump in. They found Makoto on the Bat Rider, and he's already gone. Oh, Yopaj just takes him out so easily. And now without the Bat Rider buyback, you just keep going. You don't need Metamorphosis. You just need to hit towers.
Yep, they've got great damage coming through without the buyback and the Bat Rider. No threat of lasso here. And Mikado popped his BKB right before dying. So he doesn't even have that protection on the respawn. And that's going to be 2 set of racks going the way of Boom. Talon's still protected down bot with a tier 2. But Boom has a massive advantage in this game 3. And again, the path for Talon, it just doesn't feel like we're seeing it. We had a much slower start for KP once more. The Razor is just not doing anything here. In comparison, FBZ on his offlane Mars, it's just been dancing around. He's been setting up for the team and just enabling them to bounce back after a bit of a slower start for Yopaj on mid.
Here we go again. Boom Esports still looking to run at the side of Talon, who just seem like the game plan just has not worked out for them. They'll try to back off here with KP. Such a rough position now, 18k behind, and Dota Plus just keeps going up, John. Talon currently 1% chance of making a comeback here. that they do have a chance. And there's your 5-man smoke up. This could be the final team fight. Yopaj, he's in position to break the smoke, but does walk away for a moment as they are still rushing down. But now they have found a target. It'll be Tims and the Marana, but what a golem drop scam. And now the arena, FBZ, he'll take down Makoto again. No buyback available on the Batrider. As Savage, he's going to try and chase down the Warlock, but Scam's just walking away into the tree line. And Jackie will follow very, very closely as Savage still trying after Scam. Spear is going to land, however. They found the Warlock, but what's it going to cost the side of Talon? Savage still alive, but can't really afford to die as Yopaj does keep following. But do they have enough? Not quite yet. The Morphling is out of there. Buyback is out on Scam. It's a 4v4 scenario. Still no buyback available on Makoto. The final lane of barracks, or at least the tier 3 tower, is now under siege from Boom. Keep in mind, they don't have a great duration left on this Metamorphosis. About a third of its duration still available. They do have enough time to get the racks, but Talon can certainly look to slow them down as they do jump in, but the Howlbird immediately out onto KP, and he is just going to melt to the damage output if he's not careful. He's slowed up, but Jackie, a man of objectives, goes after the bot racks instead, and eventually will just leave after the Metamorphosis is gone. There's no rush here for Boom. They are not throwing this game Talon's way, that's for sure.
Yep, they just play it clean, they back off, they don't give any openings out to Talon. 19-9, 20k lead for Boom, and are being a lot more calculated about it. Very disciplined play. They know they've got the lead. They've still got Aegis here for about 50 seconds, but not too much time left. Jackie, very close to the Ags, just lacking about 1.2k gold. And once that's up, secondary Metamorphosis with a Terror Wave is going to be massive. Where, again, there's just no play from Talon. They go with this very passive offlane on the Razor. They're relying mainly on Q and Mikato and to an extent High to set up these team fights for them, but they just get ripped apart by the Void Spirit. Yopaj jumps in, gets the Silent off, and you have nothing to protect the Winter Wyvern. It's a pause 5 Wyvern. It's not going to have BKB, not even a Glimmer Cape on hand for High to try to stall out and look for the angle on the Curse. And Boom just has all the tools available. FBZ just runs in, Yopaj to follow up, nothing to protect the backline. And again, just Talon, they're not seeing that opportunity to play the pickoff game anymore. They kind of, their best shot right now is just a toss back from Q, maybe a great lasso out from Mikato, but Boom's always clumped up as 4 or 5 here.
Still 1% chance here, John. They're not out of this one yet, Talon. Divine Rapier is now queued up on Savage. Kind of goes to show the state of the game. Talon obviously realizing that, well, actually he's changing it up. He does unqueue the Divine Rapier. Very hard to decide what to buy in these kind of situations as the carry, but whatever kind of gets the job done is the answer. Meanwhile, on Boom's side, obviously a very calm kind of moment here for Boom to keep their farm going, and I believe an Aghanim Scepter now coming out on Jackie. So you do have that Terror Wave available, and we've seen how great this man can be when the Terror Wave is up. So Boom, they'll move in once again. Savage. Reflection is there, but they completely ignore it. They just want the Megas up. KP's going to make a jump in, though. Trying to slow this one down as Makoto unable to find a lasso. The TB still fine as now Japoi jumps in after the Tiny, but Q also going to survive through it as Hyde looking for a curse, but now FBZ, what an arena! He's caught all 4 of them into the Golem and the Fatal Bonds, and they are just going to get wiped. Oh, it's not even close. FBZ putting a lid on this game. And it was only natural, Jonathan. The Kings of SEA, 4-2 or 3. It's still going to be Boom Esports.
Yeah, they managed to make it work. They played disciplined in game number 2 and 3, and they come out on top. They get the points. And this is just to put the magnitude of the series, right? If Boom didn't manage to find this win and didn't manage to tie in first place for themselves, their position for a TI invite was up in the air. With this, I believe statistically, they should have very good chances to lock in the invite for TI by points. And that's just great news for the region. Talon, it looked a bit shaky. Game 1 was their best showing there. Game 2, Game 3, it's super passive. I think in this game especially, we're seeing again, KP on the offlane Razor just couldn't make plays. In comparison, FVZ had this running start. You did have a good time for Mikato on mid. right? The Batrider versus Void Spirit lane, again, we've seen so many times. Very sorry for Alacrity for using it as an example, but it went exactly as we kind of expected, although Yopaj was managing it a little bit better, but he was off to a slow start. FBZ just put the game on his back, had his Mars. Talon just let it through, and we can see why you don't let FBZ have that Mars in these games, Mike.
Oh, absolutely not. Just not a great idea to give that Mars away. There was a congrats for TI in the all chat, so I'm not 100% sure if the points have stacked up now for Boom to just guaranteed qualify, but nonetheless, we'll find out very soon. I'm sure the panel will know the answer to that question. Still, props to Talon as well, John. I mean, we've got to give out props. They obviously come second in 2 or 3, but John, they just came from lower division. Right? This is a team that nobody was really expecting to perform that well in Div 1, and that they have. So congratulations to them as well. Very excited for the upcoming major, and I think we've got a fantastic stack of teams here going into that Arlington major.
Oh, yeah.
Still, we are going to have to do for a very short break. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with our lovely panel for an interview and a breakdown of the series. We'll see you then.
This is so sick.
Can we just go back to playing games now?
Well, Boom have done it. They are your they are your number one SEA in DPC 2 or 3.
Stop laughing. Sorry.
I'm not laughing.
You laugh first. Go. Sorry.
Anyway, congratulations to Boom. You guys take the $30,000 and the 500 DPC points, and unfortunately, Talon, you get second place. That's not actually unfortunately. That's still fantastic. It is, remember, their first time in Division 1, so they have done fantastic. Such an accomplishment, even though they couldn't take out first place here in this tiebreaker series. But let's break down game number 3. Have a little bit of a more in-depth conversation about it. Fia, for you, what would you say was the biggest weakness for Talon?
I mean, the game 1 and 2, I'm going to have to say that KP had a really rough 2 games, right? Like in game 2, he played the Marcy, talked about how the impact wasn't quite there. He had a rough laning stage. Was no difference here in game number 3. The Razor's a hero, so carry offlaner. You need to get a lot of farm on this hero. You don't necessarily have to win your lane. It's not bad if you win your lane by any means, but you're not always going to win your lane. But you do have to find a way to have impact on this hero, get the BKB early. And unfortunately, he was just sitting at the bottom of the net worth for pretty much the entirety of this game number 3.
Mm-hmm. Does it worry you seeing that performance for their potential major showing?
Depends on what style they want to play. I talked about before, I really like to see KP play the style of being a Mars or being this Brewmaster teamfight control. It's the same as Boom. It's just the Southeast Asia, the region in general. They play really good with these Tempo Maker teamfighter offlaners, but you know, they're like 0-10 with Razor offlane, right? In the first phase.
Yeah.
Surely this is a second phase Razor, but to me it doesn't really change anything. I just don't think this region at the current point in time plays these carry offlanes very well.
So if I read between the lines, what you're saying is just don't pick Razor anymore.
Or just get better at it, I guess, right? Like, go watch some replays of, you know, Western Europe does one thing well. Like, they do play, like, these carries offlane pretty well. Like, Amar, he started this, and we mentioned how much of a win rate it has over there. And it can't be any coincidence that the win rate over here in Southeast Asia is really bad. We're doing something wrong, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's have a chat about Boom, because after all, they did win this game number 3. They won this series. So there was obviously something that they were doing very well, Sheep.
Yeah, they were popping. They had a little bit of a rough start. Obviously, they were getting run down a bit, but it felt like they just kind of stopped giving kills away and slowed it down, because this game was pretty slow for a while. And I know FBZ was struggling a little bit with his spears, or a couple of missed ones, some that led to deaths. It was kind of scary, but then they kind of just, I don't know, shaped up. They did the same thing last time. They just have the combos of various stuns into arrows, and they were just killing and picking off like that, and they were doing it very effectively. They played the map really well, I think. Like, you know, you have Yopaj, Void Spirit, and Tim's Marana running around killing people, and then you have like Jackie farming his triangle. They did a really good job of just like placing Skem, you know, with him in order to like disengage from these smokes. Like, I think they read the smoke from Talon pretty well into their triangle earlier in the game. Or into the jungle, top jungle, I should say. That's why they backed off into the triangle. And then when it did happen, quick golem down, break up the stuns, TB gets the Sunder off, everyone reacts. Like, they're all just playing really well around each other and, like, splitting up heroes on the map as they need to like, prioritize what they want.
Yeah. All right, well, we can talk about the game a little bit more in a second, because I actually want to jump to our interview. We're going to be joined by FBZ. FBZ, congratulations on coming first in 2 or 3. How does that feel?
Hello. Thank you. It feels great, and I'm excited for the future, but also like we feel like we didn't do like good in the game. Yeah, we make a lot of mistakes. We still have a lot of things to improve.
Okay, I guess, you know, you guys came up against Talon earlier in the tour. This is a rematch for you guys, and you won this. What was done differently, and does it feel better to get the rematch win over Talon?
Yeah, it feels good that we finally get our revenge. Because yeah, we also wanted the tiebreaker. Yeah.
And what was different to last time you guys faced off?
Yeah. I think the last time our hero, I would say, is not really good. And I would say our gameplay also that time It wasn't really good, but from that point we improve a lot, I would say.
Okay.
What was your attitude coming into this series? Like, were you guys trying really hard as if it was a normal like DPC match, or were you a bit more relaxed because it's like just tiebreakers?
We give 100% definitely, because we know that DPC point is really important, and yeah, we were a little bit like overhyped in the game one, and then we keep making a lot of bad decision making, because the series is really important. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and also, how did you feel when Talon just came out and banned your Mars Pango straight away in first phase?
Yeah, it's kinda expected, because they don't want me to use my my comfort hero.
Well, FBZ, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for the interview, and congratulations again on coming first place. We look forward to seeing Boom at the major.
Okay.
Yeah, good luck.
See ya. Oh, nice little recap there about this series. It's great to see that the Boom Boys are always looking to improve, but it's pretty difficult to improve on first place, because that is where Boom are sitting up there nice and pretty number one. They won 2-1. They take the revenge here in 2-3, taking first place. Talon getting second, like I said, a formidable feat for their first time in Division 1. Fnatic getting third. Our three teams are going to be representing SEA at the major. RSG just missing out. Then T1, one of those notable names in SEA that won't be showing their faces at the major this time around. SMG just escaping relegation, which means we have NGXC and Polaris going down to Division 2 together for the next tour. And that is it. That is the end of SEA Tour 3 for us, but it's not the end of our Dota games today. We do have some Eastern Europe tiebreakers coming up. Before we do jump over to that, though, we have a very nice little goodbye video about the SEA Tour 3 DPC.
Thank you for all Talon supporters.